You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Census. But what is the census? Simply put, the census is a head count of every person living in the United States. To be sure the government represents the people, the U.S. Constitution requires a population count every 10 years. Ever since 1790, the census has determined the number of seats each state receives in the U.S. House of Representatives. It is, and always has been, a cornerstone of our democracy. We still use it to determine representation, but leaders also use the data to make decisions. Your response helps guide planning for the future of our communities. The 2020 census will help inform decisions on how billions of dollars are allocated annually for critical public services like roads, schools, hospitals and healthcare clinics, fire and emergency response services, and hundreds of other programs. In 2020, for the first time, you'll be able to complete the census online, by phone, or by mail. It asks a few simple questions, like how many people live in your home on April 1st, including their age and sex, and if there are any children living there. You should know that by law, all census responses are completely confidential, and your personal information cannot be shared with any law enforcement agencies. Every person counts, no matter who you are or where you live. So whether your family has participated for decades or the 2020 census will be your first, we all have a role in shaping the future of our country.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily. You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Today is Monday, March 2nd, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation from Phyllis Peterson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
We come here to do the business of local government, the deliberative body that is closest to the people. As we gather, we are reminded that in our differences, there is great strength. We do not all think the same way or believe the same things, yet we are linked by our common humanity and our shared origin. When we work together to move our community forward in a spirit of mutual respect and common decency, we showcase what is best about our community, our state, and our nation. We embrace many traditions. We are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, humanists, atheists, agnostics, Wiccans, pagans, unaffiliated, uncertain, and so many other things. We are straight, gay, and transgender. We are young and old and everything in between. We represent dozens of races and nationalities. We run the gamut from liberal to conservative, and some of us are a bit of both. To be sure, we do not agree about everything, and we often feel fiercely protective of what we do believe. There is great passion in our beliefs, and rightly so. But there is one thing on which we all agree. We share the goal of making our community the best place it can be. We unite here today around that noble aim and common purpose. So be it.
Thank you. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here today with us at Commissioners Court on behalf of the commissioners, and we've got Commissioner Stout via Skype and joining us today. So thank you for being here, and thank you for participating in local government and helping us through this process. Thank you so much.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4I. For item 4D, We'd like to request to delete the item. Item 4D reads, approve and authorize the county judge to sign termination letter for Ivanti Inc. to terminate contract number 2019-0116 and contract number 2019-0114. Are there any other items members of the court or public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Commissioner Perez? Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Wayne Thornton for his selfless service to the El Paso community.
Commissioner Robinson?
My pleasure, Judge. Where is Thunder? Thunder, come forward. It gives me great pleasure to do this, so bear with me. It's been a long time, and we're talking about 43 years of service to this great community of El Paso. Whereas Wayne Thornton has served the El Paso community for over 40 years as a public relations spokesman for the city of El Paso Parks and Recreation Department, touching thousands of lives, young lives and old, through sports, mentorship, community engagements, and whereas in 1973, as a student at UTEP, he believed it was necessary for women, I said, repeat, women, to have a chance to step on the basketball court and represent the university and approach the president of UTEP to support in securing $1,000 to start the women's basketball program. And whereas Wayne fostered programs early on as an assistant and head coach, heralding the era of Title IX and more opportunities for women in sports at UTEP. And whereas Wayne was inducted into the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame in 1995. And whereas Wayne has written countless guest columns recognizing local students, athletes, supporters, coaches, referees, community leaders, volunteers, soldiers, and their families and others, making sure they get the proper recognition for their contribution to the community. And whereas Wayne has served the El Paso community in more ways, including the president of the Sun Bowl Association and longtime member of the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame, board of directors, the president of the Drowning Prevention Coalition of El Paso, serving on the board of Crime Stoppers, organizing the McDonald's Basketball Classic tournament, and helping found the annual Flash Dance event, the longest running dance performance in El Paso. Now, therefore, be resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and honor Wayne Thornton, Wayne Thunder Thornton, for his selfless service to our community. Signed the second day of March 2020.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, words cannot describe Wayne Thornton, and I say that wholeheartedly. We didn't put in all the things that Wayne has done here. One of the things that's been very dear to my heart is the Martin Luther King food drive. I need to recognize that Wayne Thornton was one of the original members of that committee back in, way back then, 20 years ago. He was a young guy then. Midnight basketball, He was the architect of Midnight Basketball. And during the time, as you know, he's involved with Crime Stoppers. But during the time that we had Midnight Basketball, for as crime is concerned, with the juvenile youth, crime went down 20%. There's the architect right there, Wayne Thornton. And I can go on, and I see Jimmy's here. Jimmy knows a lot about, he's been involved with Wayne, and several other members of the community is here to recognize Wayne. But I'll pass the baton to my colleague down there, Chief Leon.
I've got to say thank you. And I can't mention more about Wayne that hasn't been talked about already in the last couple of weeks. And as you say, he was part of the Crime Stoppers, started up Midnight Basketball, and I remember that all those, we call them, or they were at-risk individuals that took place who are now very productive citizens. And that might have been the catalyst that led them on a good path. But you've been good to El Paso. El Paso has changed because of you, and I just want to thank you and congratulate you on the difference you made in our region. Great job.
Wayne, please, a few words from me. Not a few, whatever it takes.
Judge, thank you very much. And Commissioner Robinson, the very nice words. Commissioner Leon as well. I stand here before you in this room. You got like Brian Kennedy, Bill Bagley came over here to help me out, and Joe Rodriguez from El Paso. I see Bruce Collins in the back. I want to thank him for letting me use his suit. You treated me over this last month like I spent 43 years with the county. It's a family atmosphere here, Judge. Congratulations on doing that because you embrace everybody, and I thank you for that. Anybody in this room or outside this room could be here today being honored like I am because there's so many gifted and talented people in this world, especially in this city and especially in this room. I stand before you as a humble man to say thank you. On behalf of my family, my in-laws are older. I'm gonna take care of them now. That's my role in life, I feel. And my sister's out of town, and I think that's my role in life, to help and support her through her difficult time. And we all make a decision. And I've made mine, but God bless you all, because making it and getting this and being here in front of you, it's the best feeling in the world, because we all want to be on the stage, which I am today. We all want to be in the spotlight, which I am today. And we all want to have an audience, which I have today, and it's because of you. So again, as I stand here as a guy walking down the street just like anybody else. Thank you for this opportunity. I won't ever forget it. And I thank all the people that I've been a part of for letting me be a part of my life, especially the Junior League of El Paso. Those women are phenomenal with Midnight Basketball. Many people think I started it, they started it. I'd like to thank Richard Castro with the McDonald's Basketball League that we've done over the many years that he did to help many youth in this community. Price's Creameries is so special to me as well, with Irene Pastella, and my city counterparts as well. There's many gifted and talented people in the county as well as in the city, and thank you again. So until we meet again, stay nice as rice and mellow as jello.
Wayne, I want to... Commissioner,
We're not done yet. We're not, Wayne.
yeah,
Wayne, we're not done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Judge, if you allow me.
absolutely, Commissioner.
Mr. Sergeant? Yes, sir. Would you come up and give a brief synopsis about the Wall of Giants?
Thank you.
Brief normally isn't my vernacular, but I'll try today. You know, when we talk about Wall of Giants, we talk about historical Wall of Giants in El Paso, and we worked for years putting that together for the community through the El Paso Museum of History. But we have to look at today and our recent history as to who truly is and was a giant for the El Paso community, and that certainly fits the bill with Wayne Thornton. And we really want to thank Wayne. God bless you and your family, and anything we can do to help you out in the future, you let us know, okay?
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Sergeant, because that's preference what I'm going to do right now. I was privileged to, in 2015, Fort Bliss was installed as the Wall of Giants. And thus, at that time, I was on the city council. So what I did is I created an award, it's the Wall of Giants Award, primarily for the soldiers as far as Fort Bliss. But there's a connection that Wayne has with Fort Bliss because his father was a military man. And Wayne spent a lot of time on Fort Bliss. So let me get to the point here. Wall of Giants Award presented to Wayne Thornton in recognition of 43 years of exemplary service to the El Paso community. Your professionalism and enthusiasm shines through every day. You epitomize El Paso strong. March 2nd, 2020.
Thank you. Commissioner Roberts? Yeah, we can go down there.
We'll come down to you. You are the honoree.
Yeah.
All right, just one more, guys. Perfect.
Again, thank you all very much. And as I leave the city of El Paso, and special thanks to the county of El Paso, I leave a millionaire, and not because of the money in my pocket. It's because of the memories and the love of people like you all in my heart. So when I leave this earth, you can't take your money with you, but you can take those memories with you. And this will treasure me always. Ms. Bowl, thank you on behalf of the Junior League of El Paso for what you do as well. God bless, and thank you all.
Wayne, just a few words. I know it's, like Commissioner Leon said, it's really difficult to up it one more thing about, what you've done to the community. But I think one of the most important things is that a great role model always, stays a great role model. And your ability to parallel what you were doing and you as a person, and for us to have that kind of role model, that'll never fade away. We'll always understand the kinds of role models that we need in our community, and you're the epitome of that role model. So I too want to thank you for everything you do for our community. I know you'll be conscientious of helping us move forward with this great community. And so we thank you not only for that, but I know that you'll be a big part of our community going forward. So thank you very much, Wayne. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Wayne, as we close out, many can imitate you, but none can duplicate you.
Wayne, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing March 2nd, 2020 as Concordia Cemetery Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Okay, so I have the honor of reading this into the record, and thank you for that. So, whereas El Paso's early and rapid growth had created a need to accommodate the many who passed away for various reasons, and whereas the many faiths, cultures, and races were in need of land where they could facilitate a restful, permanent resting place as tradition warranted. whereas Juan and Jacinto Azcárate were granted the Azcárate land grant in 1849, and whereas Hugh and Juana Maria Azcárate Stevenson, having inherited ownership of the Azcárate land grant, subsequently willed the land, which was commonly known as Rancho Concordia, to their heirs, thus providing 60 acres of land for a cemetery. And whereas the newly branded Concordia Cemetery began accepting the deceased in 1880s from all walks of life and reputations, making Concordia Cemetery a mosaic of El Paso's heritage and is one of the most frequently visited sites by locals and visitors alike. Whereas the West Texas Community Supervision and Corrections began their assistance in the maintenance and improvement at Concordia Cemetery, and whereas Concordia Cemetery was recognized by the Texas Historical Commission as a Texas Historical Cemetery in 2005. Whereas Concordia Cemetery has been recognized by many media outlets for its significance and was most recently identified as the best preserved Old West cemetery for the 11th year in a row by True West Magazine, a publication having an outreach of more than 100,000 readers internationally. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that Monday, March the 2nd, 2020, be recognized as Concordia Cemetery Day. Signed the second day of March, 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Andrea.
So, first of all, I just wanted to recognize the extremely hard work that Ms. Patricia Kidney and her staff put into making this happen every single year, 11 years in a row. I mean, that's outstanding, and she does it on a shoestring budget and makes the most of what she's got to really have a great facility. So, if you want to say a few
Patricia?
words.
I would like to,
Oh,
yes.
absolutely. Thank you,
Yes.
Patricia.
Well, thank you very much. I brought my team with me here.
Yeah, they can have them come up with
Come on
you.
up here, everybody.
Yeah.
You're never this shy of We're a small team of volunteers. I call us Team Concordia. We have many partnerships, and we have long-time board members. Come up here. Hincha and Cuco Ceballos have been with us a long time. We started in 1990. And then we have Gloria Cordero, who has been with us a very long time. We have Rosie Saucedo over here, who's with us. And we have David Roque. David is one of our newest Concordia members and has already achieved wonderful, wonderful results for us. And we have Ms. Maureen Lam, who is head of the Chinese Benevolent Society, who partners with us with Concordia Cemetery for the Chinese cemetery. And last but not least, we have our I call him the wind beneath our wings. He's the go-to man. He's the man you can always ask, help me find out this. We have Bernie Sargent with us.
Thank you.
So today I'd like to thank you, of course, for this honor. And what I'd like to do is to explain that we're an all-volunteer group. We're very small. And we started in 1990 to bring some sort of order to a once neglected, chaotic, unsafe eyesore. And just to let you know how many volunteer hours we do, because we are all unpaid, we put in over 5,800 volunteer hours to achieve this, keeping this thing running. We want to maintain, preserve, and protect this cemetery. Now, through the dedication of our Team Concordia, we have, of course, been awarded this award by the West Texas, wait a minute, I'm going to get it right, True West, the True West magazine, and we appreciate their support so very much. Because of their readership, reaching out internationally, we feel that thousands of people now make El Paso a destination rather than, quote, just passing through. We all have heard that.
I've been through El Paso. Now they're stopping, and we feel like we have a lot to do with that. So as a token of our appreciation, I have a little gift for each one of you as well.
Anybody else would like to say a few words? You're welcome to.
Just very quickly, I'd like to say it's appropriate this takes place today because it's the birthday of the state of Texas. And we thank you. We thank this young lady right here for all her hard work. She really is the one that drives this train. We're just kind of pushing it along. So, and thank you so much for your continued support, because without the funds that you allocate to the Concordia Cemetery, it would not be what it is today.
Bernie, thank you so much. And Patricia, you're amazing. I mean, you, sometimes we forget these treasures that we have that in other cities become iconic and millions of people come to see them. And this is what we have. You know, it's very iconic. A lot of our families, our connection with Mexico is there by having presidents and all these dignitaries that from Mexico are there. And then even the unknown, and that we honor them, and we honor these unknown soldiers that are there, and a lot of things happen. So I'm really hoping that people recognize that. We all talk about one day having tourism, and I think we already have it. I think we need to support it better. There's so much more that needs to be done to that iconic cemetery. Thank God that L&J is close by, so that helps us a little bit. That draws people, and maybe we could promote it there. But just thank you, Patricia, I've had the opportunity to be at your events, and it's just amazing that you do so much with so little. And I think what I'd like to say is we need to do more. People here in the audience and ourselves as commissioners in the city, I think we need to do a lot more, and we hope that we do back up your plans, and that you're part of our strategic plan as well. So thank you, Patricia, for everything that you do, and your team, Concordia. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, we want to hand these out too.
I know, right? Okay, squeeze in. Yep. Can I get you to move this way just a little bit? This way. A little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. Yep. Okay. Very good.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution declaring the month of March 2020 as National Procurement Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Hi, Deborah. You want to bring your team up here as well? Good morning.
Good morning.
This is also very special to me because it has some internal makings of what we're going to talk about today. So thank you very much, Deborah. whereas each year NIGP, the Institute for Public Procurement, and other professional purchasing associations throughout the nation celebrate March as a National Procurement Month, and whereas these entities engage in special efforts to inform the public about the importance of the role played by procurement professionals throughout the industry and train its members its best practices for the acquisition of goods and services necessary to support their public organizations. And whereas the purchasing department recognizes, supports, and practices public procurement values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency established by the NIGP as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession. Whereas the purchasing department procures annually over $70 million in goods, services, and construction projects for the County of El Paso, and the department continues to create a system of effective and efficient procurement techniques, as well as technology to obtain the best possible outcomes and supports to county departments and taxpayers. Whereas the County of El Paso is committed to recognizing and honoring these departments that are dedicated to the highest ideals of public service, ethics, improvements, and the county's purchasing department is one of such worthy departments. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby declare the month of March 2020 as National Procurement Month, signed the second day of March 2020.
Second.
Deborah.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Deborah?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. While you are recognizing this staff, and we do have some honored guests with us that I will introduce in a moment, while you're recognizing this staff during Procurement Month, please be aware that our professional organizations also require us to not only be appreciated for 1 month out of the year, but to actually take our profession and knowledge of our profession out to our end users, because there is an awareness that end users do not do this as a primary part of their job, and that the only way they're going to understand how we can help them is to create that partnership. So during this month, as throughout the year, we're going to be reaching out to our end user departments with more training, and we already have that scheduled. We're reaching out to vendors with external training. And the other thing I would like to tell you before we conclude this is the County of El Paso has achieved the State of Texas Transparency Star in Contracts and Procurements, which was a goal we set in 2017.
Well, thank you.
We don't do anything in a vacuum. We could not do this without the support of the Commissioners Court. We have 2 members of the Purchasing Board that sit on the Commissioners Court. So when I bring issues and topics, there's an intimacy and an awareness of what some of those behind-the-scenes issues and topics might be. We have 2 members of our Purchasing Board here. We have Judge Dominguez and Judge Navarrete. And the Purchasing Board has been instrumental because we have transformed. Does my staff agree? We are transforming, and we have transformed, and change is hard. And my expectations are not low. They are extremely high. And the Purchasing Board and the support of the council have helped us get to this level, which we will use to transport ourselves to a higher level as we go along. At this time, I'd like to state that we have some very honored guests with us. We have Bruce Collins and a few members of his team. He is the Director of Procurement and Strategic Sourcing in the city.
Excellent.
And one of the things you've heard me mention is that we're partnering very closely with our purchasing agencies, and we're reviving something that Bruce started a while ago, and it's the Purchasing Alliance. And I think it's going to serve all the agencies well. We have the buy-in of the school districts, and I'd like for Bruce to be able to speak to you.
Bruce.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners. On behalf of our Mayor DeMarco, our City Manager, Mr. Gonzalez, I'd like to just thank the county for inviting us to participate in Purchasing Month. So I just want to, again, applaud and thank the El Paso County for all the great work they're doing in providing us this invitation. So if we could.
Thank you.
We want to especially thank Deborah for the work and energy that she has brought to our purchasing area since she's been here for over 4 years. The spirit of collaboration is embodied in everything she does, and it's easy for us to reach out to the county and say, Deborah, can you guys? And before I can finish, she says yes. Because for Deborah and her team, perfection and excellence in purchasing is really embedded in everything she does. So we're glad that she's a part of our region, and we're glad that we stole her from the other part of Texas because she is indeed a pleasure to work with, very collaborative, and she pursues procurement excellence, and it's embodied in everything she's doing with the county and the collaborations with the city and the school districts. So thank you all, and we appreciate you, Deborah.
Excellent. Deborah, anybody else that would like to? Thank you, Judge.
Only because I want to brag, because it's one of the few things, you know, what a difference a week makes. It's one of the things that I was involved in. I was very honored to have served on the hiring committee, the search and hiring committee that hired Deborah. And it's always dangerous to speak to on behalf of everybody, but I can tell you that what we were the most impressed about, which has come to fruition, is not just her sense of optimism and positivity, but it's her work ethic and her commitment to transparency. And especially in government, as someone who's been in government and dealt with government most of my adult life, one of the things that tends to happen is sometimes we have individuals within government who are there to problem solve, and then there are what my parents used to call bureaucrats, which don't see the need or their commitment to serve and to problem solve. Deborah is on the leading end of individuals who are there to solve problems, to create new ideas, implement new ideas. And she's been great to work with, and it's been a great, great decision for the county. And I'm very, very proud to work with her and to serve and to just get the constant emails of all the positive things that are going on. But lastly, for me, what's been great is to know that she came in with the attitude of she is going to embrace her employees, she is going to train and empower her employees, which is, again, something that doesn't always happen in government, but to see it happening in this department is a fantastic thing. So thank you all for the recognition, and thank you, Deborah, for your leadership.
Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, I would be amiss if I didn't afford my team an opportunity to just introduce themselves
Absolutely.
and their positions.
Absolutely.
So please.
Hello, good morning. Paula Salas, I'm a purchasing agent with the City of El Paso.
Good morning, Paula.
Morning, Claudia Garcia. I am the Assistant Purchasing Director.
Good morning, Claire.
Good morning. Amy Oliva, Socioeconomic Compliance Officer.
Thank you, Amy.
Good morning, Veronica Gomez, Vendor Management Manager.
Thank you. If I could, anybody else? Yeah? Deborah, of course, we recognize that. I know she said that be appreciated at least once a year, so I know how difficult anything where you have regulations and you have to go through a process, they're always questioned, right? Because everybody wants that quick fix and that can we circumvent the system because I'm important and we need some product or some service, and so I know it's difficult. So I hope you do get a lot more days of appreciation because you all deserve it. You know, I come from the manufacturing, and partnerships are like you live and die if you don't have partnerships. And you also, if the industry is not well, then everybody gets hurt. And so being able to see that having the city here, who is so important, and we're working at so many different levels with the city, we've been recognized that there's been more of a relationship between the city and us as a county that has ever happened before. But this is another way of showing the importance of coming together, the city and the county. And like I said before, there's no room right now in El Paso because of all the challenges to be fragmented and to be doing things separately. So Bruce, thank you for that recognition of that collaboration. That's what we see. Maybe we weren't as aware of Deborah's collaboration in the industry of purchasing, but we get to see it a lot better today. And Deborah, Thank you for doing this and for that most recent recognition that you got from Texas. And thank you all, the city, for everything that you do. If there's any issue, it always starts at the purchasing, right? If we have anything that has to be discredited or any problems, that's where they start. And so having transparency in our community, our great community of El Paso, really deserve transparency and well-run governments, and it has to happen with you. If it doesn't start there, we start off on the wrong foot. So once again, thank you for the collaboration. Thank you for working together. Thank you for helping the entire industry of purchasing, including the schools as well. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, sir.
Judge.
Commissioner Robinson?
Thank you, Judge.
Absolutely.
You talk about a good hire. I was working with the city, on the city council, when we hired Mr. Bruce Collins, which was a great hire. So, and now I have the privilege of Deborah being a good hire for the county. And we have some things in common, Mr. Collins and I. One is that we're from the same city and the same state. That means Cleveland, Ohio. Wow. And we also are strong supporters of the football team, basketball team, and the sports team of the Ohio State. I said the Ohio State.
That I don't like as much as the other comments.
But thanks for all you guys for what you do, and continue to do great work.
Thank you. Commissioner Leon?
Just real quick, Deborah, I see a lot of people sometimes, I run into them outside at Costco or wherever, and they always tell me that they're so proud of what's going on with the county. Their perception is really our reality that we see every day. So thanks to you and people that are behind you that actually deliver the service, it makes a huge difference. And now that I see the cooperation between us and the city, which we always should have had, it's a big step in the right direction, and congratulations to all of you for making El Paso shine and making your department shine today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Alabama Roll Top. Oh, yeah, thank you for that. Actually, my son went to LSU, so I'm in trouble.
Where are you going?
Where are you going?
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Item number 6, public comment. At this time, we do not have any members signed up to speak. There will be no action for item number 6. At this time, Judge, we'd like to go ahead and pull item number 19 next.
Absolutely.
Item 19 from Public Works. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of a resolution of support for the Borderland Expressway, formerly known as the Northeast Parkway, one of 4 major projects identified as regional priorities by the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization and Texas Department of Transportation El Paso District. Contract number 2020-0191. Further, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of a resolution of support for the Regional Mobility Strategy 2020, as adopted by the MPO Transportation Policy Board. Contract number 2020-0190.
Mr. Landeros.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. The item before you is a continuation of the presentation made by the MPO staff to the court during the January special session. As we discussed at the end of the meeting that day, staff went back and developed two resolutions for the court's consideration this morning. Those two resolutions are, as outlined in our strategic plan, a resolution of support for the Borderland Expressway, which is formerly known as the Northeast Parkway Project, and that's tied directly to ongoing supports to enhance and expand activity at Fort Bliss, very important part of our regional economy. And then further, the second agenda, or the second resolution before the court for your consideration is related to adoption of a resolution support for the Regional Mobility Strategy, which is a updated strategic planning document recently developed by the El Paso MPO to identify various critical projects, including the advancement of local government projects. And you can see in the resolution there that in cooperation with the Texas Department of Transportation's El Paso District, a lot of local government projects, including ones that are critical to our ongoing activity here at the county, are being accelerated from being out into the 2027, 2028 range, and those projects are being brought into the next 3 to 4 years. And that's a big help, especially as we continue to discuss the expansion of regional transit. That's one of the projects that is being supported and identified as a local project in the RMS. So with that, happy to take any questions that the court may have. I know that we have Mr. Eduardo Calvo, the Executive Director of the El Paso MPO here, who may be able to answer any questions that the court may have as it relates to either the Borderland Expressway or the RMS, the Regional Mobility Strategy.
Yeah, Mr. Calvo, would you mind coming up and?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Eduardo Calvo. I'm the Executive Director of the El Paso MPO. As Mr. Landeros said, the RMS 2020 was approved by the MPO Policy Board. Both of you, you and Commissioner Perez sit on that board, right? So the Policy Board of the MPO adopted the plan, the whole thing. As Mr. Landeros says, it's a really, really good thing for our region, the fact that we were able to accelerate the local government projects, but at the same time, we identified the priority projects that we need for the region, projects that are critical for the region. These projects are very expensive, so it is so important for us to send a message here from El Paso to Austin, and I'll speak in a minute about the commission, Texas Transportation Commission meeting that we attended last week. But again, the importance of showing the commission and the TxDOT administration that we have our priorities very well established and that there is overall consensus. We're not going to please everybody, and that's okay. You know, this is a big region, and we also know that any big project, again, has people that have different opinions. In terms of having the two resolutions in front of you, we definitely encourage you to pass the resolution that adopts or that supports the entire plan. Definitely, we're not, we don't want to give the impression that we're picking projects out of that plan. This is a plan that went through a very thorough evaluation process where we identified the priorities, and it was adopted by the MPO Policy Board. What I was going to mention too, several of us from El Paso attended the Texas Transportation Commission meeting last week in Austin. It was a great day for the state of Texas, where the commission assigned $3.4 billion to I-35 in the Austin area. We know I-35 is a very important corridor for the state of Texas. For those of you that drive in Austin on I-35, you know that it's a mess. But they were able to secure that funding from the commission because they presented a united front. The MPO, elected officials, the private sector, everybody was behind that. And so if we really want to make progress in getting our priority projects funded, we've got to show support. So as part of the RMS 2020, we have asked all the local governments to give us a resolution of support for the plan. And, you know, we've gone to the village of Vinton. We've been here before you, the city or the town of Horizon City. And we want to get all the member agencies that are part of the MPO, all the local governments, to give us resolutions of support. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Bettis, any comments?
Thank you, Eduardo. I just want to point out, I mean, this was passed by the Transportation Policy Board near unanimously. There was one person who voted against it, or one member who voted against it. The only question I have is that I know you're going around to the various governmental entities seeking the same resolution of support. Has any governmental entity passed a separate resolution, outside of the RMS, or specifying one project out of the RMS, which is essentially what we're being asked to do, or have they just passed the resolution as a whole as passed with the regional mobility strategy?
Right. So far, the resolutions that have been adopted by the boards of the local governments have been in support of the entire plan. Of course, in some cases, I believe just like the resolution in front of you for RMS, I believe the town of Horizon City also singles out their projects, because of course those projects are very important for them as well. But the resolutions have been in support for the entire plan, which is really what I think we need at this point.
And so does passing a separate resolution complicate, again, the intent of, and I just want to look for the commissioners and for the public to know, the intent behind the regional mobility strategy was to really get all of our community on the same page, all governmental entities, to the extent possible. It's just like we said, I mean, not everyone's going to agree, and that's just the nature of transportation planning. We're trying to put forth priorities, and everybody has competing interests. But the idea was to give us a guiding document moving forward, outlining, our top priorities. And so I guess, what one concern that I have is just does it complicate things a little bit to have two resolutions saying, well, here's the main strategy, but then here's a separate resolution singling out one of the strategies or one of the projects that's already been identified as one of the top priority projects? That's the first question I have. And then secondly, I also want to make clear how much in funding, it's important to note that of the top priorities that we outlined, none of them have been guaranteed funding. Most of the funding is coming from discretionary funds, and that was the purpose of the document, was to have a unified front for these projects to go before the Texas Transportation Commission and get additional discretionary funding. If you could talk about those two items.
Correct. Well, first of all, the whether it complicates things, so having a resolution singling out one project, I prefer not to do it, but it wouldn't be that bad in the sense that the resolution supports one of the priority projects that are part of the plan. It certainly would be troubling if that project was a completely separate project, not part of the RMS 2020 and all that. But I think we send a much stronger message by having the resolution that supports the RMS 2020, the whole thing. The second question regarding funding, sorry.
If you could talk about, I mean, the five top priority projects, the vast majority of them are not funded. And the intent of this document is to give our community at least a strong voice, or at least a unified voice, to go before the Texas Transportation Commission in Austin, trying to seek additional discretionary funding. And I think that's an important thing to note, is that transportation projects are very expensive, and our community has a lot of need. And we're doing our very best from a planning perspective to make the case to Austin that more funding is needed to El Paso. And so if you can talk about the amount of funding that's unfunded for these top projects that we're trying to go after before the Texas Transportation Commission.
Exactly right, and that's a great point. The three top projects, priority projects, which are I-10 Segment 2, I-10 Segment 3, and the Borderland Expressway, today have no funding for construction. In the discussions that we have had with the Texas administration, and part of the message that we gave to the commission last month, is that, of course, they would also like to see, local skin in the game, and that means maybe perhaps some of the funding that comes to the region through TxDOT, plus local government, putting skin in the game. But even if we were to put all of the money from all the different funding categories that comes to this region, we couldn't afford, segment 2 or segment 3. So in other words, what we're communicating to the commission is that, we definitely need help. So, and the way to do it is to show that we are prioritizing, that we're taking care of other projects like the local governments and other important projects that we have in this region, like the Montana Avenue, the expansion of Montana Avenue, which is also so important to support Fort Bliss. So we have other corridors that are important as well. But the top priority, which is to rebuild I-10, knowing that I-10 is our lifeline here in El Paso, just like I-35 is to the city of Austin and for the state of Texas. We definitely need their help.
But if you could just provide, what's roughly the dollar figure of the amount that's unfunded for those top projects?
Right now, we're in total, we're looking at about $1.3 billion in that ballpark. What is also very important to state is that the projects are not, are going through the project development process. In other words, the design hasn't been completely finalized. Borderland Expressway is a little bit farther along the line in terms of design, but the two I-10, segment 2 and segment 3, are barely starting the formal preliminary engineering process along with the NEPA document. So the estimates that we have right now are based on concepts that came out of a feasibility study, the Reimagine I-10, that I believe many of you participated in the multiple public meetings that they had during the feasibility study. But as a result of the feasibility study, you just get an idea of some concepts, but more importantly, you get an idea of the magnitude of the problem that we have in front of us. The details about each individual project, whether you're going to widen, whether you're going to put frontage roads, whether the columns are going to be square or round or purple or pink, that comes during the process. In the case of Austin, for example, I go back to that. The commission assigned $3.4 billion, and again, they haven't really started the final design phase yet. These are based on concepts. But again, but it is a recognition that it is a tremendously important project in Austin on I-35, and the same thing for us. RMS 2020, our plan in El Paso recognizes that the rebuild, the reconstruction of I-10 is our top priority, because if it falls apart, it really would affect us here locally, and also to the state of Texas, being, the gateway of all the stuff that comes through trucks, through highways from the ports of LA and Long Beach. So we also need to make that case that I-10 is very important for the state of Texas.
Okay. Mr. Calvo, thank you very much for your dedication and for being here. We're very proud to have Commissioner Perez as the chairperson of MPO, which is, having one of our commissioners there is obviously very good for us as well to have that representation. Were you going to?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Thank you, Judge. We should not look at this as my project. Look at it as our project. We've come a long way as far as transportation. I'd like to recognize a couple people that, like the Northeast Parkway, goes back about 20 years. I had some involvement in it, but we go back, you got to Commissioner Houghton during this time on the Texas Transportation Commission, Representative Joe Pickett, the work he did, and several others. But they didn't start in a vacuum. And how we were able to get money for these type of projects as well as other projects is what you just said, Judge, and what the gentleman indicated, is that we all have a unified front. Not just, one person goes, this is my project. No, this is our project. And where we all sign on. And one of the things that I remember, some of the things I've been involved with, is that we went as a group. We had our delegation as well as our state legislatures, working for us, but we all met at the same table at the same time. And that's how we ever get things done. So as we go forward, we need to make sure that we are all on the same page and we're all seeking the same goal, score that touchdown.
Yeah, I'd like to just reinforce a couple of the comments that for the public, and that is that I hope there's not the impression that there's still so many other faces, like reaching out to the community, getting feedback, that the design is not final. And so that's what, I've supported it heavily because of that it's not a done deal as to whether we don't reach out to the public and we don't get information. That process is still around, and there was some misconception that it was like that's the way it's going to be, and we've already agreed on widening and not widening, and so we had some debate over that. But in essence, we're agreeing on going forward, and then we begin the other, especially the outreach, which I know that each commissioner here is really concerned about, that the community gets involved. The other thing is that, the squeaky wheel gets the oil kind of thing. We've been seeing it so much, and including myself. I have to get more involved because we're not really going to Austin. We're not going as a united front. And when we start sort of fragmenting a project, and then they don't have to deal with us, they figure you guys are still unsettled, and we'll go to something else. And so I think El Paso really deserves. And we have lost some great people that are now no longer at that level of, like Commissioner Ted Howden, Pickett, people like that. And so we have to step in and make sure that we are, as a community, that we are interested in getting our fair share, getting the lion's share of what's out there. And we don't get that too often. And so just what I'm promoting really is, let's go forward united. Let's be strong about it, but let's not get caught up in the weeds thinking that the design has already been completed or that the community outreach has already passed us, because that's all in front of us. So want to thank you for that. Jose, any further speakers or anybody that you want to bring up?
No, Judge, thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit and maybe respond a little bit to Commissioner Perez's question about the Northeast Parkway Borderline Expressway resolution. The county would be playing catch-up to other agencies who have passed a resolution in support of the Borderline Expressway. It was probably about 18 or 20 months ago, almost 2 years ago, that the coalition was formed to help identify and explore innovative funding options for that project, given the fact that it is a by-state project. The Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority is obviously very involved in that because of the unique authority they have to actually manage projects into New Mexico and also into Mexico. So that resolution wouldn't necessarily be, when we were drafting these resolutions, we were careful not to ensure that they weren't conflicting with each other, that one was not being prioritized over the other. But in the event that some funding opportunity presented itself for the Borderline Expressway, that resolution of support would be very specific to that project and would be in line with the general resolutions of support that other agencies have passed. But ultimately, that was what the court, the direction the court gave during January special session. Obviously, just wanted to provide that context as the court considers adoption of either resolution or both resolutions.
Thank you.
Judge, we do have several guests signed up to speak on this item.
Perfect. Thank you.
First, we have Mr. Citon Negron.
Citon? Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, I'll start for the record. My name is Cito Negron. I'm here in my capacity as the president of the Sunset Heights Neighborhood Improvement Association, and appreciate the broader outlook and do understand the distinction between a concept and the details. However, unfortunately, at this point, the concept is really all we have to work off of, and we very much appreciate the thoughtful approach that you all have taken in, as Mr. Landero said, highlighting a long-term project that's well behind schedule, the Northeast Borderland Expressway, that's also crucial before any work would be able to be done on I-10, And then also the resolution of support for the RMS process, which has been a very well-managed process in terms of justifying regional priorities. However, we have a very, very simple message, which is that we oppose taking property and putting high-speed traffic with added noise, vibration, and pollution closer to low-income and historic neighborhoods. And you can call it a plan, you can call it a project, you can call it a concept. Those are terms of art that have to do with transportation planning. But in the common sense use of the word, it's a proposal, and it's all we have to respond to. So we want to make it clear at every step of the way that this proposal is not good for our neighborhoods, it's not good for our community, and frankly, we believe it's unnecessary. Excuse me. So what are some of our points? As I said, we need to make the Northeast Borderland Expressway a priority, which will help route non-local truck traffic around the city. So El Paso is an important corridor. I didn't know this until a few years ago, and actually going through this process. I really thought that the Paso to the north literally was that box canyon that I-10 goes through. The Paso to the north is the region, and it's anywhere you can get through the mountain. So you can get through the mountain via the Anthony Gap. You can bypass all of the traffic, all of the congestion in El Paso, and get those heavy trucks off the road. Those trucks have up to 10,000 times the wear and tear on a roadway surface, as well as more often being involved in fatal and dangerous or fatal and significant accidents. So we really want to get those trucks out of the center of the city if they're not making local deliveries or have any local purpose there. Progressive cities are not widening freeways or putting frontage roads closer to neighborhoods. In fact, they're doing the opposite. In some cases, decommissioning freeways, in other cases, burying them completely, wholly. So we need to do the necessary work of reconstructing the roadway. We know that I-10 surface has an issue. We've known that for a while. And really, if it was an emergency situation, we could do that work and make sure that it was a reliable roadway. We're taking the opportunity because we know we have the opportunity for some more significant work on that. And so any work we do should come from a design principle that not only connects east and west along that major route, but also north and south, because those are the historic city core neighborhoods of El Paso. And we should be using any opportunity for large-scale work to connect Piedras on both sides and Copia on both sides and all of the cross streets that you can still see on a satellite as a grid that still connect, but for this giant scar that separated them. And we should be, as a progressive city, trying to put that back together. I was also at the Texas Transportation Commission and said very similar things. I heard a lot of talk about I-10 Segment 2. I did not hear much discussion about the Northeast Bypass, which is critical, again, if we're going to start work on I-10. Couple of quick facts. I was listening to the radio traffic this morning, traffic reports. I heard McRae, I heard Yarborough, I heard Spur 601. I didn't hear anything about downtown I-10. In fact, according to the Texas Transportation Institute, and we talk about I-35, that's the second most congested section of roadway in the state. And their project, by the way, did not contemplate any takings. So yes, there's a long way to go in the design, but the concept, which sets the framework for the design, did not include any property takings or additional right-of-way, whereas in El Paso, we are talking about significant property takings, as you can see in those handouts. We ranked 81st in the state for congestion, and it's not even downtown. We're talking about some section of I-10. And every single one of us knows that from the Spaghetti Bowl of Bassett, that's a choke point. That's a backup point. It's not directly at the downtown exit. So again, we oppose taking property, placing high-speed traffic, noise, vibrations, and pollution closer to low-income and historical neighborhoods. We do appreciate the thoughtful approach you all have taken to this resolution, which allows you to support the process of the RMS without being locked into supporting a specific concept, which is what previous resolutions have done. So this gives us the space to have that community conversation, Judge, that you were talking about as to what the most appropriate design for us is. And again, with that, I thank you very much. I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Robinson?
Vito, thank you for coming forward and making a presentation. One very important point that you made about taking land or taking property. As far as the Northeast Parkway, Judge, I will submit to you that there's not land or disturbing any neighborhoods as far as the layout, as far as where the coming from the Anthony Gap, coming across, reconnecting to 375, and then back to I-10. So there's land there, but it's not a neighborhood that's being disturbed, basically. I mean, they're property owners, but there's not land. And for the most part, going forward, and I think that Commissioner Howden probably could speak more so to the fact that he sat on the commission, that when they started this project way back about 20 years ago. So fundamentally, I want to say that your point you made about the taking of land, there's not really no land being taken as for or disturbing of neighborhood on that project.
Thank you, sir. That's a very important point. I'd also add that some of the traffic projections, which we have disagreed with in various ways, but for sure one of them is that the untold Border West Expressway is not factored into how much that's going to relieve traffic on I-10, indeed, as it already has. And that's a very important point, that there's no takings in Northeast. And we don't want takings downtown or in our historic and low-income neighborhoods east of downtown either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Our next guest is Mr. Fred Evans.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Evans.
My name is Fred Evans. I'm a former president and current board member of the El Paso County Historical Society and a board member of the Five Points Development Association, two organizations directly impacted by the current Reimagine I-10 proposal for the heart of El Paso. Supporting and funding Reimagine I-10 in its present form is inappropriate for a very fundamental reason, because it assumes that the current location is the proper place. But is it really? We're talking about a decision that will define the very heart of our city for the next century and beyond. And what do we want to define us? What's our legacy to our future generations, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren? Will it be a legacy of a way station along a massive, ugly, concrete conduit for heavy trucks and automobiles barreling through the center of our city? Or will it be a community of connected, vibrant neighborhoods? El Paso governments have articulated policies and spent millions of tax dollars to make El Paso the least car-dependent city in the nation, to create walkable neighborhoods, to promote the use of bicycles in public transportation. And yet what is proposed makes a mockery of that philosophy and the expenditure of those tax dollars. The creation of a monument for large trucks and automobiles, a monument that will dominate our city for generations to come. Winston Churchill, paraphrasing George Santayana, said, "Those who fail to learn from history are condemned to repeat it." Since their arrivals in 1881, the railroads have dominated the heart of the city, split it into north of the tracks, south of the tracks, and created a host of other problems. Changes in technology and usage have left a large scar of unused land in the heart of our city. Isn't it possible that we're heading down the same path? The proposed I-10 plan for this area is applying a 20th century solution to a 21st century problem. Many of us seriously question the growth assumptions TxDOT has used to make the case for expansion. Let's assume that we doubters are correct. Let's also concede that none of us can accurately predict what technological changes will occur in the next century, especially given the accelerating rate of change and advances. These two factors, along with changing economic conditions, could leave us with another wasteland in the heart of the city. But wait, what if we doubters are wrong? The consequences are even worse. What if we become like the Katy Freeway in Houston, where a huge increase in size resulted in longer delays and more congestion? What then will be the solution? An even larger land grab that may swallow the entire core? Would you like a preview of what that would look like? Check out the area around Old Fort Bliss on Paisano. This area that used to be a road and a river between foothills and the river, that's the putative place that Juan de Oñate crossed the Rio Grande and gave rise to Paso del Norte, is now Paso del Concreto. Nothing but concrete roadways from the river all the way to the hills at UTEP. The site of Oñate's crossing, El Paso's first flour mill, Hart's Mill, are in the shadows of an elevated roadway. This may be the vision of some for the future of El Paso, but it's certainly not mine. Well, what are we to do? Obviously, I believe we should not have put the freeway where it is. It's not the best use of the heart of the city. I'm enough of a pragmatist to realize that it's probably not going to move. But there are other progressive cities in the United States and other countries around the world that are removing freeways from the heart of their cities. But even if we can't be one of those progressive cities, do we have to make a bad situation worse? Can't we at least say, let us live with what we have and direct our efforts to redirecting traffic away from the heart of the city so that future expansions do not make the problem worse and give us an opportunity to improve rather than destroy? The 19th century philosopher Hegel said, "What experience and history teaches us is that people in governments have never learned anything from history or acted on principles deduced from it." At this moment, we as a community, and you as our Commissioners Court, have the opportunity to prove Hegel wrong and to leave future generations a legacy of a more beautiful and progressive community rather than a festering wound in its heart. I ask that you not give any support or endorsement to this project as currently defined, but rather encourage TxDOT to focus on projects to redirect traffic away from the current roadway and create a program to correct its deteriorated roadbed. And who knows? If such a program is successful, perhaps someday our city can even reclaim at least a part of I-10 and make it a community once again.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Our next speaker is Ms. Judy Ackerman.
Good morning, Judge,
Good morning.
Commissioners, near and far away. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you my perspective on these topics. I live in Northeast, and I commend you on this idea to emphasize the importance of the Northeast Borderland Expressway. It's a great idea. Please encourage it to the max. However, please do not encourage, in fact, oppose the expansion of I-10 in downtown El Paso. You heard more eloquent speakers than me lay out the reasons for that, but the Northeast Borderland Expressway will go a huge way to reducing congestion on I-10. You also are currently working on a relief route, the Southern Relief Route, that will, again, reduce the congestion on I-10 in downtown. So I don't think we have a need for the expansion of I-10 in downtown, besides the havoc it will create for however long. We don't know. It'll be pretty disastrous while it's going on. But specifically, additionally, we do not need high-speed traffic, noise, vibrations, pollution in historic and/or low-income neighborhoods. So please support the Northeast Borderland Expressway, but oppose the expansion of I-10 in downtown.
Thank you,
Thank
Judy.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Our next speaker is Ms. Phyllis Peterson.
I've lived in Sunset Heights for 40 years, and I would like to voice my total opposition to the TxDOT proposal. I live in a beautiful historic district and would be pained to see it mutilated in the manner described in the proposal. I would like to urge the court to seriously consider the very cogent arguments against such action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next guest is Mr. Robert Storch.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners. I am also here to congratulate you and encourage the adoption of the resolution on the Northeast Expressway through the Anthony Gap and oppose the RMS 2020 plan. I think diverting traffic from downtown, as previous speakers have said, is a necessity, and going through the Anthony Gap for not only the freeway but the railroad, which is a whole nother topic for another time, is something that we need to really encourage. The RMS plan is a strategic plan for the entire area for the long term, and it's very short-sighted. Brings 20th century technology to the 21st century. It's so heavy on roadways and everything else. It doesn't take into account mass transit. How about rezoning to promote infill development rather than sprawl? It's just concentrates on roads. And we need to bring new thinking to the transportation models for our area and the whole nation. The 2020 plan, their #1 project is a $1 billion remodeling of I-10 through downtown. That's their #1 2020 goal. That is what I'm opposed to. I live in Sunset Heights, and as Fred and Cito and everybody else has said, it would have devastating effects on what everybody has previously said is a urban philosophy of bringing neighborhoods together. This 2020 project through downtown would destroy the connectivity between Sunset Heights, UTEP, Uptown, the whole Rio Grande area with downtown, which is getting to be a pretty nice place to hang out. There's some neat things going on downtown. And if you build a racetrack through the center of the city, it's going to destroy all that development. I encourage the Northeast Parkway. I discourage the 2020 plan. Let's bring new thinking to our transportation issues.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you.
Next guest is Mr. Ted Houghton.
Judge and Commissioners, thank you for having me. I just
Morning,
wanted to stand here and support what the MPO has currently done and has supported the RMS 2020 plan. And the precedent has already been set. In 2008, we came to you and we came to the city with the coalition plan for the city of El Paso. In 2014, we came to the court for the county coalition plan, transportation plan at that time, and we did not pluck any project out. The key to this, and what Eduardo was talking about today, and you two have said, you said on the MPO, now you go through an environmental process, and all of the testimony you have heard here previously will probably be heard again in the neighborhood meetings across this county about this plan. There has been nothing decided. So any information that you have received or that you hear about is inaccurate because those things have yet to be decided. And you've all experienced how things get adjusted and changed over time. Like I said, to pluck out one project and endorse that project is confusing to the commission. I sat there for 12 years. Projects that got funded, that moved forward, is when the community at large, as basically as a whole, came forward and said, this is what we want. Now, there's always opposition to all things, but the vast majority of people in those communities said, this is what we want, and that's how projects got funded. So I encourage the RMS 2020 plan, and then let the process begin of the NEPA process. Then you'll find out what the projects are about. You'll hear all the testimony. You'll hear from the engineers, the environmental engineers, and what will happen next. And then they'll present those findings, and then let the process begin, and then people can decide which way they want to go. But I think we're at a great point at this point in time, Representative Commissioner Robinson, that what you did say, in unity we get things done. And this will happen, something will happen out here. We don't know what yet, but to predetermine it is not accurate, or what you've heard is not accurate. So that's what I would encourage, is that we endorse the RMS plan and let the process begin. And if there's any questions, I can answer at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Houghton. And
Our last guest we have signed up is Mr. Steve Fisher.
Morning, and thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Christina and Judge Morales, who lives in our neighborhood. I appreciate coming here on short notice. I was in the middle of a trial, and I got a break. so I'd like to talk to you about this. One thing I think Cito didn't mention is that the El Paso County Historical Commission has already made an opinion on this and sent you sent a letter in opposition. Okay, I just want to speak about Sunset Heights. And this gentleman, I'm sorry, I missed your name. I believe you said that these neighborhoods and stuff have approved of this. And Sunset Heights, we had a meeting with about 50 people. We disagree on all kinds of things, but we don't disagree on this. Everybody in our neighborhood is against it. And even though this may not be in all of your districts, we have a lot of people from the university that come through here. UTEP's affected, and so they vote in all the districts. One of the things, and I have a background in demographics, I actually drew the 1982 El Paso City Council redistricting that has my name and that made it fair for minorities to run for office and get council seats. When you do any kind of demographics, any kind of study like this, there's what is known as independent variables. I don't want to be too technical, but if you're off on one thing, just like if you're off on a bridge and you're off 1 inch in the calculations or a building, you can cause severe damage. And one of the things I'm pretty sure that they haven't talked about is when they close the Porfirio Diaz exit. And once again, we are getting into detail, but you're asking us to trust you that we're our situation and the problems unique to Sunset Heights are going to be ameliorated or addressed, and we're not sure of that. Okay, the Porfirio Diaz exit is an exit. It's not the closest exit to me. The closest one is downtown. And we're assuming these traffic projections. I don't know if anyone thought that when you close Porfirio Diaz, because I take that, it's not the closest exit, but because I don't want to deal with downtown, I don't want to deal with those lights. So you're going to have other people like me, where are we going to get off? Where are we going to go off the freeway? That's going to be more traffic, that's going to be more congestion. And then, you know, Sunset Heights is like probably the crown jewel of historic neighborhoods in our district. And you're taking the main street, Yandell, and you're going to make that a busy thoroughfare or an entrance to a freeway. Sunset Heights, and that block specifically, gets all kinds of people, older people, to come and look at the houses. It's a great place to walk. You know, you're going to take away a lot of that character by allowing any kind of freeway or entrance. We don't want more traffic there. There's elderly people who walk and have enough trouble as it is. So I want you to be really careful about that. You know, the Department of Highways has made all kinds of errors. I mean, look at all the traffic problems in Texas. They've had the money to ameliorate some of this, to prevent some of this. They've done a horrible job. Some of their projections, like the Katy Freeway or the Beltway 8, they say this is going to alleviate all the congestion around Houston. It was just months after it was built that became totally congested. So they're probably trying to do a good job, but it's a very technical type of analysis, and just a little bit of error can make a big mess. So I basically want you to consider our neighborhood. I want to make sure, like this man seems to have promised, that we will have an adequate opportunity to discuss the details and what happens to us. And once again, on very short notice, I really appreciate you guys letting me speak.
Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you.
Those are all the speakers who signed up.
Commissioner Perez?
If Eduardo, if you can come up for a second. You know, and this is the difficulty, and I've tried to emphasize this, you know, as chair of the MPO here when we received presentation at the Commissioner's Court about the distinction of planning for purposes of getting funding and the project development process. Because I know that when you know, every time this has been discussed, when we try to prioritize projects, you know, the project specifics of one or more particular projects get discussed, you know, whether, you know, when we talk about widening roads or any particular, but if you could please just talk about, you know, where we are in the planning process and the project development process, how that goes forward, because it's a very difficult thing, because I you know, in trying to explain this to the public, I just want everyone to be very clear where we are. And when these projects, you know, if they even get the funding from the Texas Transportation Commission, they're going to go through a process. And if you could just talk about that, you know, that's where it gets into specifics. But the vote today, on adopting the Regional Mobility Strategy 2020 is not going into the specific project details of a particular project. If you could just talk about that.
All right. How much time do I have? No, I think the key here, Commissioner, is that RMS 2020, we refer to it as a strategic document. It includes a collection of projects, but each individual project has to have, or has to go through its individual project development process, right? So within RMS 2020, we've got some projects that are farther along in project development. Some are like I-10 Segment 2. They're just coming out of the feasibility study. It's a very preliminary phase, a very necessary phase because it helps us identify what the issues are and what the opportunities are at the same time. But again, RMS is a strategic document that identifies which are the priorities for the region. Now, having said that, each individual project, as it goes through the project development phase, some projects are a little more complicated than others. In some cases, the degree of environmental research that needs to go through is, it depends on the complexity of the project. So as TxDOT initiates the environmental phase of the project, that is going to be very, very heavy in public involvement, and also all of the concerns that have been voiced. TxDOT will have to go through them, whether it's environmental justice, whether it's air quality, whether it's all these issues that affect the physical and the human environment. Those need to be looked at as the project development process goes through. So again, the distinction with RMS 2020, which is more of a strategic, high-level document that sends a very important message to Austin, right, to the TxDOT administration, to the commission, and saying, we have identified our priorities, these are the priorities, and we have reached consensus. We're never going to please everybody, but strategically, that's what we need at this point in order to begin securing the funding for the projects that are not funded today, which happen to be the top priorities. So, I mean, it's a process that will likely take a couple of years. I don't expect for us to get $1.3 billion in the first round. But it is very important to start the process and the discussion with Austin. If they don't see today that we are united and that we have not identified our priorities, it's, we're spinning our wheels, we're wasting our time. So I hope I answered your question, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
The priorities. The Northeast Parkway compared to the other projects, basically, well, number one, what phase are we with the Northeast Parkway compared to the other projects?
The Borderland Expressway project, formerly known as the Northeast Parkway, is in the final phases of the environmental document, of the preliminary engineering and environmental documentation. Most of the work has been done. My understanding is that they're just finalizing the final version of the document, and they still need to have a public hearing so that any final concerns, or let's put it this way, this is the last opportunity for the community or for anybody to speak about the project. At this point, again, I cannot speak for TxDOT, but from what I heard is that there are no major issues with so they expect the hearing to go pretty smoothly, but again, you never know. But that project is farther along. Now, I-10 Segment 2, given that we do consider that as a top priority, is 2 or 3 years behind Northeast, the Borderland Expressway. Again, the NEPA process is a very detailed, long process. It goes, as the preliminary engineering goes, looking at different alternatives, because again, it's all about alternatives. All these alternatives are going to be evaluated, so that takes a long time. So I don't expect that process to be done in, less than 2.5, 3 years.
So it leads to a question. in my mind. So if this one project is so far advanced compared to the other projects, and you say that we don't foresee any major obstacles there too, why would we not have this as a priority project?
It is a priority project. Is one of the three top projects that have been identified, but do not have any funding for construction yet. So again, part of the strategy for RMS is really looking at how these projects all support the I-10 corridor. Right, so again, as I've said before, I-10 is our lifeline, is our priority. So any project that substantially helps the I-10 corridor, whether rebuilding it, directly on I-10, which is segment 2 and segment 3, or the Borderland Expressway that will help during the construction of I-10.
Would not I always call it Northeast Parkway, would it not impact I-10 greater than the other two projects? As far as traffic, or traffic congestion, or relieving congestion?
Right. The idea of the Borderland Expressway is that it will take some traffic off I-10. Now, the numbers that have been run for the project, show that it's not going to take, the majority of the traffic off I-10. Why? Because it is a bypass that some of the trips that go through El Paso that don't have any business in El Paso, either origin or destination, may use the Borderland Expressway. But the real heavy traffic along I-10 is mostly us. But the benefit of the Borderland Expressway is when we have to rebuild I-10, which is inevitable, it will help not so much in taking a lot of vehicles off I-10, but it will reduce the negative impacts of delay and mobility overall. So that's why it works very well with the I-10.
Well, follow along with me just briefly. Now, a few years ago, TxDOT made a move as far as the big 18-wheelers. And they said that they have to be in a certain lane. They couldn't be in the left lane. We'll go to the right lane. But they're through traffic. Could we not, with the Northeast Parkway, when we get to that juncture, direct, like we did with what happens now in transportation towards the 18-wheelers, direct that those 8 big trucks go through the parkway and don't go through downtown, as opposed to go whichever direction you choose. It's an option to use the parkway. No, it's not an option. No, it's mandated that you will use the parkway, and there's a consequence there too. Therefore, I would submit that I would have made that the parkway would be our #1 top priority going forward.
As far as any type of restriction or forcing traffic to use a certain facility, I know it's not that easy. I'm not an expert in those kind of things. For example, the no trucks on the left lane is something that can be done, but you need to have at least 3 lanes so that you have 2 lanes where the trucks can go. But the reality is that most of the traffic on I-10 is really us. It's us that live in this region. Truck traffic, yes, there is a lot of trucks that are through trips that are coming in from California and going directly to Dallas or Houston or San Antonio. But we also have a lot of trucks that are coming in through the ports of entry, right? And that is a big number of trucks that are circulating, and those trucks naturally gravitate to I-10. When they cross a border, whether it's through the Zaragoza port of entry, Bridge of the Americas, or even in Santa Teresa, they all want to go to I-10. So even with the Borderland Expressway, we are going to continue having a lot of trucks. The trips, all the trucks that are crossing, and this, Judge, having worked in the Maquila, most of the trucks Our drayage movements that just cross the border, they deliver their load somewhere in El Paso, where that load is then taken to the final destination by a U.S. Trucker. So, yeah, those trucks are still going to be within the metropolitan area, and they gravitate to I-10. So again, not to say that the Borderland Expressway is a bad project. We support it in the sense that it's going to help us a lot when I-10 is rebuilt or expanded or whatever it is.
Has anyone, to your knowledge, did an assessment of the number of trucks, just trucks right now, coming from the west, coming I-10, headed east, or primarily going through? Has anyone done an assessment of that?
The answer is yes. I mean, the MPO's travel demand model, I can't tell you the numbers off the top of my head, but the answer is yes. You know, we have a pretty good idea of through trips for, you know, small vehicles and for trucks.
So we have done that. So we will have an accurate account, not necessarily accurate, but a good count on how many come through on a regular basis.
Right. Yes.
So from what you know, what is your assessment of that?
Again, if you look at the traffic volumes within the metropolitan area, most of the traffic is us. Even if you take out all the through trips, you know, we're still going to have a ton of traffic on I-10. Like I said before, the benefit from a traffic perspective of the Borderland Expressway is that by taking off, not a huge amount, but if you take some vehicles and mostly trucks, the reduction in delay is quite substantial. You won't see it in absolute numbers. You're not gonna see a ton of vehicles be pulled out of I-10, but the reduction in delay is significant once we start rebuilding I-10, which is again inevitable.
Well, I said that we all need to be on the same page, but by the same token, I'm also stressing that look at what is our priority. You know, our priority and what is the most benefit factor that we have with whichever project that we say is most important to us. One is when you talk about, or you say, come widening I-10 through the downtown corridor. Well, how are you going to do that? What will it take? You have to take land. What do you have to do to make it happen? How long is it going to take you to do that? Compared to, you say, well, the Northeast Parkway, you already indicated that we're much further down the road, advanced on that project compared to the other two projects. You don't have to go take land because, you know, and you're not going to disturb any neighborhoods there to disrupt people, move people, whatever, take land. I guess, and you say that if we do a resolution for the one project, but and you say your RMS 10 has which project again? Your resolution, you say for us to support which projects are top priority?
So what we're supporting is that you all support a resolution that supports the entire plan, not just
Right.
one project.
Right.
And that plan identifies the top priorities and also supports the development of local government projects. So it's a strategic document that includes, you know, multiple projects.
And you would not recommend singling out any particular project?
Correct.
You feel that would hurt us if we did?
Again, probably yes, because we're sending a message that is not consistent with what the MPO Policy Board already adopted. And again, El Paso is not just about one project. That's, you know, I've said that multiple times. What we're saying with RMS 2020 is that the I-10 corridor is a top priority, no question about that. If we were to get, for example, the Borderland Expressway by itself without supporting I-10, that doesn't work. That doesn't help us. Ultimately, I-10, the reconstruction of I-10 in whatever shape it's done, that reconstruction is a priority because if we don't rebuild it, it's going to be terrible, not just for us in El Paso, but for the state and for the country, given that I-10 is such an important trade corridor.
So what if we say that Northeast Parkway is our top priority and leave it at that?
RMS already has the I-10 projects and Borderland Expressway as the top priorities. There's a difference in timing. Again, like I said before, Borderland Expressway is farther along in development. That could happen sooner. But there is no doubt in my mind that the I-10 corridor is the top priority. Right.
What if the community were to say that, no, that's not our top priority? Our top priority is Northeast Parkway. We'll get the best mileage out of that project compared to the other two.
Well, I guess the policy board of the MPO has already adopted RMS. In other words, the strategic document that includes all of these projects. Again, we do not want to single out one project. It has to be the collection. Again, think of RMS as a strategic document that is looking identifies the priorities, and but it's also saying that it's not only one project that we are, we're not about only one project.
Plan to fail, or you fail to plan.
Judge?
Commissioner Perez.
If I may, because of where Borderland Expressway is, if I recall correctly, that was one of the first projects to meaning that if funding were ascertained, it would be one of the first projects to actually undergo construction.
Correct.
In the RMS document. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, and strategically, it helps because, again, by diverting some traffic away from I-10, when I-10 is rebuilt, we already have Borderland Expressway. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do it the other way around.
Thank you. Jose, please.
Thank you, Judge. Just to add a little bit of context as to how we ended up here before the court asking for the RMS resolution. About a year ago, the court in strategic planning identified supporting the Fort Bliss and expansion of activity at Fort Bliss, becoming the three-star command. That was one of the goals that the court had identified in the 2020-2024 strategic plan. One of those items was to facilitate a resolution of support for the Northeast Parkway Borderland Expressway. As we began working on that once fiscal year 20 began, that was approximately at the same time that the RMS was being developed at that time by the El Paso MPO. And given that the Northeast Parkway Borderland Expressway projects, both the New Mexico and the Texas portions of the project, were identified as national regional priorities, in that document, the board, the executive director, Mr. Calvo, suggested that we just place an item of resolution of support, as they were going to ask for every single entity that participates at the MPO to adopt a resolution of support for the RMS. So the item before you, again, the two resolutions, that came out of the discussion that we had in January, for the court wanted options as to how to move forward. Our goal here was to draft two resolutions that were not in conflict with each other in the event that the court wanted to adopt both. But ultimately, it's the court's decision as to whether it wants to proceed with both, or with one, or with neither. So I wanted to provide that context. And to add to Mr. Calvo's response to the questions about the traffic that's diverted through the main downtown corridor, to my recollection, when that conversation was occurring about 2 years ago, when the Northeast Parkway Coalition, Borderland Expressway Coalition was getting off the ground, I think it was approximately 20 to 25% of vehicles that are passing through I-10 downtown are actually through vehicles, in which case you'd be looking at anywhere from 1 in 4 to 1 in 5 vehicles potentially being rerouted onto Northeast Parkway, Borderland Expressway, once that project is constructed and open to the public. But that was, again, projections from 2 years ago. To the best of my recollection, those figures could have changed. As was stated during public comment, The travel demand model assumes a number of independent variables that are adjusted and tweaked, and as assumptions are made, assumptions may change, and some of those models may also shift from time to time.
Thank you. Mr. Negron? Absolutely.
I just want to say I agree with both Mr. Calvo and Mr. Landeros. They did a very good job of explaining it. I wanted to add one thing, however. In Austin, they're not talking about our local needs. The only view of I-10 is as a truck route. And in fact, one of the representatives from El Paso, in speaking about why this was important to the state, mentioned specifically the traffic from Long Beach and Los Angeles coming through the I-10 corridor. So on the one hand, we're in Austin pitching this project as an I-10, as a truck through route through the heart of our city. But on the other hand, here, speaking about it as though that were less of a factor. So I want to be very clear here. Our value is that I-10 should not be a truck corridor. I appreciate your questions. We should be looking for every way we can. And as a value statement, if trucks don't currently use that bypass, then what can we as a community do to encourage that use and make that the bypass? Getting that amount of traffic off the middle of the town would be a very huge thing. One other thing very quickly, this is a multi-year thing, as Mr. Calvo mentioned. And so it makes sense that if we're going to be getting funding for this in stages, that the first stage of funding would highlight the most necessary project that everybody agrees on should be done first. I think the way you all have crafted these resolutions both supports and affirms the RMS process, but allows for community discussion as this goes on as to the exact shape of those projects that will emerge. So I think these resolutions do what you all intended and give us as a community the opportunity to keep discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Negron.
Judge, this is Commissioner Stout out here, and I was wanting to weigh in.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Didn't mean to startle you. I just wanted to, first of all, thank the folks that came and spoke at, during the public comment. I know people are busy and have things to do, life, but I think it's really important to hear your voices and to understand what your concerns are. And I think it's really important for us to take those into account and listen to those voices as we make these decisions. I'm not sure how, I'm not sure what the public outreach process was throughout the planning of this. I know that the MPO, the meetings are public and people can go there just as they do here. I know that TxDOT and the MPO have had a number of informational sessions and with some of the neighborhood associations, including the Sunset Heights Neighborhood Association. But I'm a little confused as we're talking about this. This is people calling it a concept. I keep hearing Mr. Calvo talking about it as a project. We've heard some commentary that we don't need to be worried because nothing has been planned, nothing has been created. But I've seen some pretty extensive planning documents myself. I've seen whatever you want to call it, the project or the concept, and I think that's what has people worried because right now there's only one concept, there's only one plan, or there's only one project, and that is one option, and that is right now to widen the trench downtown, which includes all of the things that Mr. Negron and some of the other public speakers brought up when it comes to putting frontage roads in the middle of neighborhoods, further separating neighborhoods instead of connecting them, bringing up issues with more traffic, high-speed traffic, dangerous traffic, pollution, noise, and through an area that I feel, first of all, downtown is one of the areas that we have been trying to invest more heavily in and trying to bring people to live, work, and play. And we at the Commissioners Court have been, I think, very supportive of all of the projects that have been going on downtown with that goal to increase economic development, to try to attract people to the downtown. But at the same time, I feel like this type of project is counterintuitive to all of that we've been working on. I think that by widening a highway, you're not going to bring more people downtown. People are not going to want to live downtown when they are sandwiched between two huge highways, that being 375 and I-10, where you have more pollution and more noise and more traffic coming through. I think this project is going to have very detrimental effects on downtown. I mean, we've been working for years to really increase the development downtown and what's going on there. And I think this is going to go in the opposite way. It's going to take it the wrong direction. I think that there are voices. I think that more people are going to raise their voice as they become more informed about this. It's kind of grown. The opposition to this, I think, has grown, and as more people understand the implications of a project like this, I think more the community is going to have problems with it, especially those who live in this area. And unfortunately, Sunset Heights and the Lincoln neighborhood and a lot of the neighborhoods that are along I-10 are highly Hispanic neighborhoods, and they're highly low-income neighborhoods. And I think that we need to take that into account and understand that we don't need to keep causing these people more problems or making them bear the brunt of what people in Austin think is better or best for this community. I feel like we need to listen to the voices of the community, and I don't really know that this has been a community-led process. And I think that it needs to be a community-led process. I think it needs to be led from the ground up, not from the top down. And so we need to take these people's voices into account. And the Northwest Expressway is obviously a project that has widespread support, and I think we should definitely move forward and support that project. But I think that we need to go back to the drawing board and look at and really reimagine I-10. That's what the project's called. It's very ironic to me that we call this project Reimagine I-10, and we're not really reimagining anything. We're just widening it. I think that there are other options and other ideas that people have come up with that we should be seriously looking at. And I do think that I understand the importance of having a unified voice, but please don't diminish the voices of the people that came and spoke here today. It seems like that's always we just sweep that under the rug and we say, oh yeah, there's always going to be opposition, and it's not a large amount of opposition, and you can't always please everybody, but this is the community, right? I mean, I think that we as elected officials are put in our positions because of the people like those that came and spoke today. And you know what? And I don't think that as more people become aware of what's going on here, I think the opposition is going to grow. And and you can't just I think we can't just continue to diminish those voices and not listen to them. I think that the city has done way too much of that in the last, 10 or 12 years. And this is a huge project. This is, probably the biggest, the biggest project that we're going to be seeing going into the future. And so I feel like the resolutions were separated and they were written in a fashion that I can definitely support. I think it leaves enough wiggle room for us to continue to work to look at what other options may be available and go forward with the community in mind, not just pleasing those in Austin. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve this item as presented or as written, with the two different resolutions as they are.
Commissioner Stout, would you repeat your motion?
Yeah, I move to approve the item 19 as written, where we have two different resolutions, just basically as it's written.
I want to again clarify, Ted Houghton, that the process, there seems to be some drama here that it's already been decided. This process is just starting for all those projects, for most of those projects. There's projects throughout this county that have to go through the environmental. And to pluck one project out is sending bad information, miscommunication to Austin and to the department. We look at the RMS 2020 as a total plan. The cream will rise, and whatever that is, Commissioner Robinson. It will happen that way. It will have public hearings where people can vet and vent their issues and concerns. But to send this to bifurcate something like this is confusing, and it's not a unanimous type of look at all of these projects and let the process begin. So I just want to make sure the process has yet to begin on most of these projects, is in some stage on other projects. And that's something I want to make sure that you all understand. There has been no decisions made. There is something on a map that looks like it, but those things change. When we were building the Border West Express over here, we involved the Chihuahua District, and we involved the 2nd Ward, South El Paso, Bowie High School, all the way down. Community meetings, we redesigned that road several different times to get to the ultimate design to satisfy the concerns of the citizens in those areas. So I want to make sure you understand that as you see it, was not designed that way. But that is what came out of the public involvement in the environmental process. The same thing will happen with every one of these projects. It's a little bit more advanced on the Northeast Parkway, but the funding issue is still at risk, and we don't know. We don't know yet. But I think when you look at, we as a community endorse all of these projects, that sends a very strong message to the commission and to the politicians in Austin. If there's any other questions, I'll be glad to take them.
Yeah, Mr. Houghton, before you sit down, obviously you've read the resolution as it was written. And hearing what you just said, does that, in your mind, create that confusion?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thank you.
And Judge, also, I mean, when words are used like the terms widening and all these other things, again, it's something that I have tried to clarify over and over again about where we are in the process. As a member of the TPB and as chairman of that, again, our job is to identify regional priorities. The comments of widening and all these are specific to the project development, and the public is going to have ample opportunity to provide that input and to provide those concerns. And TxDOT is going to have an obligation to come up with alternatives that address the public's concerns. And I just want to make that very clear. We've had to make that distinction when this came before MPO, and when this item has come up previously. But I just want to make that distinction that we're not voting on any specifics of any project in the 5 top priorities of the regional mobility strategy.
Good, you got it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Evans?
Judge, thank you. Fred Evans again. I think probably the frustrating thing for us is that there is a concept. It is to widen Interstate 10 in downtown. It's in black and white, it's in color, it's paper, everything is there. And it puts all of those of us who are opposed to that is having to oppose it. That we have to fight against TxDOT, we have to present alternatives, we have to come up with other things. I think for us, what we're asking is why weren't we a part of the process in the beginning so that these issues could be voiced and that we could go forward as a community in agreement and say, yes, this is a good thing for El Paso. We've had a chance to talk about it rather than putting us in the position of saying, no, we have this here and it's not a good thing for us. 375, the basic concept didn't change. A few little bells and whistles were changed, but the fundamental concept that was proposed is still there. We would like to have been ahead of the process before we got to this point where we're having to make these arguments. I guess the question for us is why are we're told it is only a concept. Why does the concept not consider more of what the community that's directly involved in it have to say, its thoughts? Rather than saying, now, you've got it, trust us, it could change, anything could happen. Why are we not in the position where we don't have to do that? That's, I think, our concern and our question.
Thank you, Mr.
It's premature to support this.
Robert Storch. I agree with Fred. Mr. Houghton and Mr. Peres want us to go to Austin saying RMS 2020 is what everybody in El Paso agrees to. RMS 2020 has the #1 priority, widening I-10 downtown. And we are not all on that page. And I don't think we should go to Austin saying we are all on that page. RMS 2020 needs to be rethought. It's too concentrated on roads. Let's think on long-term transportation issues, not widening I-10 through downtown for the benefit of Austin moving trucks through here. If what he says, 25% of the trucks going through downtown, that's 25% of the trucks that we could get going through the Anthony Gap. We've got a brand new highway that goes around downtown by the border. That we don't even know how much traffic that's going to divert from I-10 downtown. And they want to go to Austin and ask for $1 billion to build a boondoggle through downtown. No, we're not there. Let's get a concept that we all can agree on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We had a motion from Commissioner Stout. Do we have a second?
I'm going to second that motion.
Commissioner Bettis?
No.
Commissioner Leon?
No.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
No.
Judge,
Motion fails.
and then I move to pass the resolution in support of the RMS 2020 as presented in the agenda without the resolution for the Northeast Parkway.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
No.
Commissioner Robinson?
No.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Yes, sir. Going back to the regular order of the agenda, Item 7, presentation. Item 7A, receive a presentation from various census stakeholders regarding the census creative and the county's investment.
Jessica? Before we move forward, we've got people for item, let me see real quick. On 15 and 17, can we move those forward if the commissioner is in favor of that? 15 and 17? Commissioner Robinson, is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 15, approve the award of bid 20-003 County's 2020 Road and Bridge Paving Project to JAR Construction, Inc. of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $2,772,500. Purchasing approved on February 19, 2020. Funding is available in SR Road and Bridge Road Resurfacing.
Thank you, Deborah, for sticking around.
Deborah Correjo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. In this case, we are seeking award via lowest responsive bid to JAR Construction Incorporated of El Paso, Texas. And I believe we have Public Works representatives here if you have questions about the project or the individual needs of the county.
Any comments from Public Works? Bernie?
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Fernando on this with the Public Works Department. Basically, we're trying to get this project approved for the bid of our paving season. JR was the lowest responsive bidder, and at this time, we're recommending that they be, awarded the contract in order for us to proceed in getting a contract signed and releasing them to do the work.
Thank you. Needed your comments. Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Robinson?
By no means should be construed that the lowest bid, you diminish quality.
No. Counties are required, much like cities, in the case where there's a sealed bid and the pricing cannot be changed or negotiated, so lowest bid, but the vendor has to meet all the minimum requirements and the county's specifications. And in this case, when we receive bids, especially for construction and road work, Public Works and their experts go over these with a fine-tooth comb. And in this case, the lowest bid was a responsive bidder, sir.
I just want to put that out there just for clarity.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Got a motion already?
Yeah, we have a motion.
Okay.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And 17 now.
Okay, item number 17 from Public Works, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the second amendment to the interlocal VRF project development agreement for the Pelicano Drive roadway improvement project with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority to add construction funds to the Pelicano widening and reconstruction project. No county funds are required. Contract number 2020-0170.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. The item before you is based on the agreement that the county currently has with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority to manage the upcoming Pelicano Drive improvements, which include the major reconstruction and widening of the existing Pelicano Road to 6 lanes from Loop 375 to Darrington. So the reason why this amendment is coming forward is that the RMA awarded the bid to the lowest most responsive bidder, which was JAR Construction, in November. From that point forward, TxDOT had to review the bid, review the process, review the bid that JAR submitted, and then ultimately concur with the bid for us to move forward. So on the week of February 10th, TxDOT issued that letter of concurrence with the bid, which then allows us to move forward with actually adding the construction dollars onto our existing agreement with the RMA. So that's what this item is for, is just to formally place the construction dollars necessary into the account that the RMA can access, so that the RMA can then draft a contract to begin construction on the project with JAR Construction. So that's what this amendment does.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Jose, thank you.
Thank you. Did you also move up 18? And also, JAR is also affected with.
Okay, yeah, if you could get that one.
Item number 18, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the first amendment to the interlocal agreement, VRF Project Development Agreement for the Mission Ridge Boulevard Phase 2 project with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority authorizing the construction of Mission Ridge Boulevard Phase 2 roadway improvements, contract number 2020-0143.
Again, Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. This item is the actual agreement to construct the Northern Relief Route off of Pelicano Drive, moving north to Vista del Sol. This was an item that was discussed by the court at the January 6th and then subsequently January 13th Commissioners Court meeting, where the court gave staff direction to begin to work with the contractor and the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority to construct that Northern Relief Route. The construction is ongoing. It began approximately 2 weeks ago, and again, as we mentioned in January, it'll take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to see completion. So by the end of March, beginning of April, we should have that route opened up to traffic, which coincides with the beginning of construction on the Pelicano project. So those improvements are part of the Mission Ridge project. Again, some of the work along Pelicano is tied to the Mission Ridge project agreement we have with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. But as was discussed in January, this route will be provide a northern relief route, providing an option for residents to travel north of Pelicano onto Vista del Sol Drive. So we'd ask for the court's favorable consideration and happy to take any questions the court may have.
Thank you, Jose.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge.
Jose,
Commissioners.
thank you, and Mr. Rosales, thank you for being here. We always welcome people participating. Thank you.
Judge, would you like to go back to the original order?
Yes, please.
Item number 7A from presentation. Receive a presentation from various census stakeholders regarding the census, creative, and the county's investment.
Hello, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you again. My name is David Herrera. I'm the county co-chair for the census, the complete count. And today I have Mr. Style, who will also join me today. We wanted to give you a brief update of where we stand in the procurement of the dollars that we have been allocated and what we've done with those dollars to support the mission of assuring that everybody in El Paso is counted correctly and accountable.
Thank you.
All righty. With that, I turn it over to Ms. Lozao, who will provide you a little bit. And as I'm bringing her up, I want to give you a little bit. We have four co-chairs, Annette Gutierrez, Liz O'Hara, myself, and Commissioner David Stouts also. We also have Joe Bishop, Nicole Farini, Enrique Mata, and Mika Short. They're the action committee. So all of us work together with different action working groups and subcommittees that cover everything from fundraising, media, outreach, to with faith-based, private, school districts, council of governments, community neighborhood services, a little bit of everything. So we are all inclusive to assure that we are accurately represented during the 2020 census.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll turn it over.
Before we start, our liaison is Commissioner Stout. So
Yes.
Commissioner Stout, do you have any preference or preface this presentation?
Sure. I just want to thank David and the other co-chairs for the work that they've been doing over the last number of months, and thanks to Sanders Wingo and Taylor Collective Solutions as well, which is of course which are the two marketing firms that we hired, utilizing some of the $370,000 that the county has put forth as part of this effort. They've done a great job of helping us to assemble a team, a complete count committee of close to 100 stakeholders, individuals representing education, like Mr. Herrera, people representing business, of course, government, nonprofits, faith-based, neighborhood associations. We have a huge team working very hard on this effort. And so I just want to thank them for the work that they're doing. And of course, Gloria has a very in-depth presentation that she's going to be going over. And so I will leave it up to her to continue with that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout, and thank you for your support. Please.
Can you move to a few slides? Oh, yeah.
There you go.
So I'll start with a little bit of a sense of, first of all, I want to say thank you for your support. El Paso really needs to make sure that we're counted in the census, and we would not be able to do this without your support. So I want to talk just a little bit high level about some of the things that we are doing with the resources. The city has also provided extensive support for this, and the team at Taylor Collective Services is also doing some additional fundraising, which we're pending a couple of proposals. And my name is Gloria Tostado, by the way. I'm with Sanders Wingo. So the first bucket of area is basically the teams coming together from Sanders Wingo and from Taylor Collective Services to kind of work on a strategic plan. We have strategic planners at both agencies that we're working on putting everything together. It's a whole 360 plan that includes everything from figuring out, understanding the census data and where the hard to count are, so partnering with the census team. Also doing research, going out into the hard to count areas and understanding what the issues are and what's happening. We did some mobile digital research as well for this, and so putting together a complete plan that includes everything from, trying to bring in more members into the complete count committee and doing more grassroots in the community, PR, media, and what was the strategy and the creative approach for this. So there's a lot more to that, but just high level. The creative development production, which is everything from TV, radio, print, collateral material that all the agencies are using, collateral and giveaway items that we hand out in the community, handouts, flyers. And then we have Vote Map, which is a mobile marketing tool that we use to reach people in both Spanish and English on their phones. So there's a lot of different types of creative that we're working on, posters, and all sorts of, and we're also working with the utility companies and creating bill inserts. So quite a few assets. The research that we did was, we did research using the Vote Map tool, which has access to people in El Paso by language. So we did research to understand a little bit about what the challenges were related to completing the census. And we also did some testing research to look at our creative strategy and make sure that it was connecting well with our target. And also a lot of one-on-one conversations with the community, with a lot of the Complete Count committee members, with the census team, with the promotoras, and just going and visiting the colonia. So a lot of footwork in terms of research. The fundraising is something that Taylor Collective Services is doing. So they've been soliciting different grants and also knocking on doors in the community to collect funds. PR is the way that we're going to be able to extend our message, because for the size of the market that is El Paso, the resources, we have to be very mindful of how we use them. We had to prioritize the hardest to count community. And then our media advertising, of course, having somebody to be like the point person, feet on the ground in the community. And just the actual printing of the materials that we're using, because there's over 100 members of the Complete Count Committee, so there are a lot of organizations that are using our materials, so making sure that we have printed materials for them. And we're working on events throughout the community, especially now in March and April as we get close to the census actually being rolled out. And our partner agency, Taylor Collective Services, is in Austin, so they come in and out of the market, so miscellaneous expenses and travel. So that's kind of a high level of I guess, the buckets where the money is going. And we're being very mindful of partnering with the community as we can to extend the resources, as well as with all the members of the CCC and the city and the county. So what's at stake? I'm going to go, what's at stake for the census? I mean, it's a lot of money in funds to support the community across the country, as well as in El Paso, of course. In El Paso, for every person that doesn't get counted, we stand to lose a little more than $1,500 per year. That's about $15,000 in every 10 years. Imagine what happens for every child that gets undercounted. That means that those children from 0 to under 5 years old are the ones that are most likely to be undercounted. And imagine what happens if they don't get counted until 10 years from now. That means that we won't have the idea to plan for the resources that we need to support the needs of these children. And of course, having the right representation in our communities. So in Texas, just a 1% undercount could cost $300 million in funding. And we could lose funding for many different types of services, as you all know. Anything from our schools, our community organizations depend on this, home improvement and repair programs, medical programs, and then transportation, and many, many more. So what are the biggest barriers to participating in the census? The biggest one is fear. I think a lot of things have happened in the last few years in our community that have created fear. One was the citizenship question, which was going to be included in the census, and there have been a lot of incidents related to and legislation related to immigration that has also impacted the community. So the community is, many of our hard to count are afraid to participate in the census. The other part that's not afraid is a little bit apathetic. They're thinking, well, if I don't get counted, does it really make a difference? But it does, and we know that. There's a lack of knowledge. So in the survey that we did online, we found that it's over 60% of English respondents didn't really understand how the census impacted the community. And for Spanish dominant, it was over 70%. So they really don't understand why it's important to participate in the census. And then most importantly, we need to make sure that everybody is counted just to make sure that we have the adequate resources in our community. So the goal here into bringing these more than 100 organizations together is to be, with limited resources, is to make sure that we come together as one voice, one message to remove these barriers. So again, our priorities was engaging all of El Paso to fill out the census. Because there's a lack of trust, we put a lot of importance on leveraging trusted voices in the community. And that's why it's so important that we have so many members of the CCC and that we partner with media, et cetera, and people that are out in the community that the community feels comfortable talking to. Because that is the way that we feel that we're going to increase the response rates. And finally, the goal, pretty obvious, is to increase the number of people that responded in 2020 versus 2010. So what are we doing? So we have our Vote Map, which is our mobile marketing tool, which allows us to text and message and display ads for the hardest to count population. We can target people by language, by age, et cetera. We can target zip codes. Once we start getting the roam data from the census and we understand where the hardest to count areas are, we can customize our reach into areas that are not being counted. So there's a lot of flexibility with that. Of course, non-digital, we want to use traditional media where, TV, radio, print, email, and earned media, which is very important. So that means PR. So that we're working very closely with our media partners in the community to make sure that as the census moves along, that we're providing key information at those key moments and that we're really telling the community the story of why the census is so important. And then tactical citizen engagement, that's why we have the CCC. We want grassroots and hyperlocal. Each of our partners in the CCC is doing something in their communities to make sure that people are getting the message about why the census is important. So in terms of media, our media resources were limited for the amount of time that we need to communicate about the census. So what we talked about with the committee is to focus on the targets that were the most averse to participating in the census and focusing on the mix of media vehicles that were providing the broadest reach to them. And the hardest to count population in El Paso is definitely the Spanish dominant community. So a lot of priority is being given to making sure that we are pretty heavily in Spanish media. The secondary target is really more bilingual millennial. So the highest priority is being given to reaching to them online in light of limited resources. So this will give you an idea, and we're very excited to say that our advertising campaign starts this week, so you will start seeing the campaign on television. So we're focusing very heavily on Univision and Telemundo, as well as Univision partner radio stations, because we found that we got a lot more bang out of our buck by combining with Univision and getting a 360 plan from them. As we get more money, we're going to be adding more radio. We did get some additional money from the Hunt Foundation, which was used for additional materials for the community. And as we get more money, we're going to be adding more into bilingual media. And then, of course, we also have our digital advertising, so anything from, and social. So we have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and regular mobile ads, as well as digital marketing ads. And then we will have print in Spanish on El Paso y Más. And the reason why we chose them is because they have a broader coverage of the whole El Paso County area. And then Vote Map, which is what we talked about right now, is engaging people through their phones. So earned media is a really important part, and we've been talking to the news stations about telling the census story for a while now. We've been doing press, getting coverage from the media for like 4 months already. But now, especially March and April, we kick it up even more. So as part of our partnerships with Univision and Telemundo, we're going to have a weekly census segment on Telemundo, and then Univision is also going to be providing a census segment on their programming. So we're working through all the topics, but the idea is, the first part of it is awareness, to tell people that the census form is coming, and then once the form is out, once April 1st hits, it's the reminder, today is Census Day, get counted, and providing the necessary information that the community needs, the specific details about how to prevent scams, how to know how to fill out the form, the fact that it's easy, the fact that it's confidential, giving them the right pieces of information that they need at every phase along the way. And then once we get closer into to May, then it's really letting them know that the enumerators are going to be going out into the community. So it's providing them the right information at the time, but also providing them with the reason. So we're going to be building stories about how does census affect education? How does it affect businesses in the community? How does it affect schools, et cetera? And so we're building those stories that really tell the importance right now of why the census is important. And then later on, it's the more specific details as to what the community needs to do and look for. So. And the other thing that we are doing is we're reaching out to all of the media stations to do PSAs. So we're asking the news anchors across El Paso to do recorded PSAs because they are a very trusted voice in the community. We're also going to be doing the same with DJs in the community, as well as securing radio interviews to really have that open talk with the community about the census. And I know Commissioner Stout already talked about some of the reason why the CCC is comprised of like the different subgroups within it is because we know that all those subgroups are trusted voices with the community. So if you think of the schools, if you think of the churches, you think of the community organizations, and you think of so many more. That's why we are structured the way that we are. So we've been working very closely with the county to put together, and because the county has a lot of foot traffic in all of their various departments, and so we want to make sure that we leverage that. And so the team at the county has been very cooperative in building together a plan. I know that county employees are going to be able to volunteer for the census, and they're allowed that flexibility. But also, a lot of the mailings and communications that are going out into the community are going to have census inserts. So I think that the county did a really good job of looking at all the different touch points that they have, whether they be physical mail, email, or offices, to make sure that they have the visibility for the census that they need. Also, we're working on a series of events. Our first big event, and actually that one's not on here, I'm working on it now, but that is going to be the Expo Familia with Univision. That's going to be this Saturday at Bassett Center. They're expecting over 10,000 people there, and we'll have a series of events, especially in March and April, anything from walks to, we're going to be organizing a family census day where the community can actually come and get counted, and we'll have activities for the family, among other things. So lots of activity going on right now. So I want to share with you the creative campaign. And the first thing that I want to share with you is the TV spots. So I'll be sharing the TV spots in English and Spanish. But let me tell you a little bit about the campaign first. So the campaign is called With or Without You. And the reason the campaign is called that is because we know that the community is afraid of getting counted, or they're indifferent to getting counted. So we wanted to leverage a sense of unity in the community, of helping people understand how, with the community support and with everybody getting counted, that we can get the support that we need in our community. So that was kind of the building block of this campaign.
20 census means more to El Paso than you know. It's what helps our community receive funding for food, school, housing, and healthcare programs. Without you, money that helps keep us healthy, educated, fed, and sheltered could disappear. Participate online by phone or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept strictly confidential. Let's come together and fill out the census. If not, we all lose. Together, fearless, we count.
I'm going to show you the Spanish.
2020 significa más para El Paso de lo que imaginas. Es lo que facilita que nuestra comunidad reciba fondos para programas de alimentación, escolares, de vivienda y de cuidado de salud. Sin ti, el dinero para estos programas podría desaparecer. Participa en línea por teléfono o por correo. Todos en el condado del Paso debemos ser contados. Tus respuestas están protegidas y por ley son confidenciales. Unámonos y llenemos el censo. Si no, todos perdemos. Juntos, con confianza, contamos.
So now our print, you'll see that we have various print ads, and that these will be used as posters as well. So basically the idea, the first one is caldo, where it kind of shows the differences. With you, our community can get the food kind of services that they need. Without you, we stand to lose as a community. The second one, with the soccer ball, talks about community programs. So with you, our community can get the type, and I'm not reading the copy, but just to explain it really briefly, with you, our community can get the types of community programs that our neighborhoods need. Without you, we stand to lose. The same with the medication. And then, so it's basically intended to educate the community about all the resources that could be impacted with an undercount. The one in orange talks about education and how we, to make sure that the schools get the resources they need, including technology, but without you, without the community support, the community stands to lose. And then the last one is related to housing, so it's related to with the community support, our community can get support for home assistance, home repair, et cetera, but without the community support, we stand to lose. And these are our digital banners. You can see a quick animation of, this could be like in Facebook with a message right by it. On medicine, we have what we call a how-to flyer. This is one of the handouts that we give out in the community, and we wanted to make it a piece that was very easy to and quick to read. So we know that as consumers, we're bombarded with information, so we don't always read everything that we get when we're handed stuff out in the community. So even if you don't read the whole thing, you get a quick visual registration of census is here, these are the programs impacted, how you can participate in the census, and the fact that the responses are safe and confidential. And of course, inviting the community to participate. And then we put together a training handout for the community that just has talking points for our community organizations to kind of talk to people about why the census is important. And we're working with all the utility companies to put in bill inserts into the bills. And social media, of course. And so if you want to follow us, and I highly encourage you because you're all leaders in the community and you have a lot of people following you and listening to you, is to make sure that you follow us on social media. And I included the handles on at the end of the presentation. So I hope I didn't go too fast, but there's a lot more work that still is being done right now, but that's just the high level.
It's a really good presentation, and we thank you for all that effort, and we'll do our best also to promote and talk to every forum that we have. We have the opportunity to comment, and this will help us a lot to make sure we promote the right information to our community. Thank you.
And thanks to all the team at the county for all the support that they've given in making and getting this also to people that are utilizing county services.
David, Gloria, thank you, and Commissioner Stout, thank you as well.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you,
Yeah,
Carlos.
I just wanted to add, Judge, real quick.
Sure.
Big shout out to Betsy, who's not at the meeting, and her team. She's here in DC with me, but she's at some of the meetings right now. They've been working really hard to figure out ways that we can motivate folks at the county, not just the employees, but their families and others as well, just coming up with some pretty cool ideas about getting the word out and making sure people are called to action and get themselves counted. So I want to shout out our staff at the county, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my own staffer, Carlos Martinez, who's always there when I can't be, and probably knows more about all of this than I do, to tell you the truth. And he's been keeping my office in contact and with all the information that we need to be as helpful as we possibly can. So thanks to all the county staff as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout, as well, for your support. Thank you.
We'd ask you to stand, Carlos, but we're going to go ahead and pass. Just wanted to also, I know you partner with our veterans assessment that we're doing, a survey that we're doing, and
Yes.
helping each other, that if you identify veterans, that you send them to us, and the same thing with us. We are asking the veterans that we're reaching out to participate in the census, so thank you for that. We are now almost 3 times more than any city in Texas as far as the survey has gone. We're at, I think, 1,200, and I think the highest city was at about 400. Finishing the program, we still have 3 weeks to go, so we're very proud of that. So hopefully that's an indication also of the response we're going to get for our census here in our community. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Questions, sir?
Commissioner Stout has stepped away from the meeting. Item number 7B, receive a presentation and discuss the monthly report from the Council of Judges.
Hi, Amy. Hi,
Good
Michael.
morning. I'm Amy Lechuga with County Court Administration. I I think it's good afternoon,
Commissioner
actually,
Salas,
Judge,
report.
Commissioners. Good afternoon. A few months ago, I was here reporting to you about the Jury Experience Task Force. Commissioner Leon sat on that with us, and thank you for your participation. Through that task force, there was a lot of interest, there was issues, there was ideas that were discussed. Some of the issues were the amount of time jurors were waiting over at Liberty Hall to be called over to the courts, the number of times jurors were being rescheduled, and the 8 a.m. traffic jam that I know you all are very familiar with. So I'm happy to report that there's been some positive movement from those discussions. From looking at our data and experience with trials, the 8 misdemeanor county court judges agreed that sharing a pool of jury panels would allow the courts to conduct business as usual with fewer jurors without a significant risk of postponing a trial. This panel sharing method reduces one panel of 40 jurors per day, which equals to 120 less jurors being called to report per week. This adjustment also reduces the amount of summon questionnaires that are being mailed out by about 230 per week. The panel sharing pilot has taken patience and flexibility. Judge Morales can attest to that. But overall, it seems to be working, and we're excited about it. We hope that we'll soon have a recommendation for the district courts, and they too will adopt this panel sharing method. Going back to the line of cars and jurors at 8 a.m., to alleviate that, the county courts have staggered the reporting times for jurors. So a lot of the panels are requested to be here at 8 a.m. The county courts have staggered those times, and so depending on the day, they'll report at 9 a.m., 9:30, 10, and at 1 p.m. So we started this in December. I think I've noticed less line of cars down Kansas, and hopefully less people waiting to get into the courthouse at 8 a.m. So again, thank you for your help, your participation with our Jury Experience Task Force, and all of your support that you always give to the courts. Also just wanted to mention one other thing, as Ms. Gloria Tosado had mentioned. The courts are doing our part also with getting the word out for the census. And so over at Jury Hall, while jurors are waiting, and hopefully it's not a long time that they're waiting, we'll be playing a commercial for the census. I wanted to thank IT, the audio and visual team, also Parks and Rec. They're loaning us speakers, they're loaning us a projector and projection screen. So that'll be run while jurors are over at Liberty Hall waiting to be called to come over. Additionally, we will be including with our mailers, so we send out, or we mail out the defendant's first court setting. So in that mailer, we'll include some information about the census just to get the word out to defendants when they see their family who opens the mail, that they'll also have a little bit more information with the census that maybe they wouldn't have had otherwise.
Thank you. Commissioner Leon?
Ms. Lechuga, thank you very much for participating. And if anybody knows the county, it's Amy Lechuga. I was real fortunate to be part of that panel. And what I really argued about was not so much people that are selected for a jury, but the people that are on a panel that sometimes are here all day, and sometimes there's no break, no lunch break, and it's really hard on them, and that adds to the discomfort of being called in the first place. So I think this will go a long way, and we're trying to also add some monitors to the jury hall where you just don't sit there for an hour, hour and a half, not knowing what's going on. A picture will come out on the monitor explaining that we have some last-minute negotiations going on. Your court may be canceled, but hold on. So there's a lot of things that go into this. But yes, the traffic, I see it right from my office window, is down, and the experiences for our jurors is beginning to get a little bit better, that they this is the heart of the judicial system. So we appreciate it, and thank you very much, Amy, for working with us. And the judges, this shows the judges' cooperation with making things better for the heart of our judicial system. Thank you.
And Amy, county should be any less of customer service than any organization. And it was really difficult for us as we're walking by and people are asking, why am I there? And, Commissioner Leon actually went to jury. We asked that he be there so he could see the
I was a panelist. I didn't get selected.
But he was there all day, so he got a firsthand impression and conveyed it to us. And so that's really important. The counties used to be seen as you see something and, that's the way we do it and we just keep going. And for you to respond to something as important as the respect of our people and they come in, we want them to feel good about coming to jury duty. And so I think it's going to just lead into so many better directions and an image of the county. So we thank you for having led that and Commissioner Leon participating in that. So thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Michael?
Just to wrap up, on behalf of the Council of Judges, again, last month we provided this as well, but the Justice Leadership Coordinating Council met. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself, Mike Kikaro. And Commissioners, thank you for waiting patiently. But the Judicial Leadership Coordinating Council met on February 18th to receive a presentation from the Texas Policy Lab of Rice University, which will be working with the county to study pretrial processes and our data. While this will assist the county in moving forward using best practices and processes, I think it's important to note that the Texas Policy Lab is looking to take our work, our effort, and our data to compile recommendations for the rest of the state. I think it's a wonderful recognition of the resources that Commissioners Court has put in, the time and effort of people from county administration and the courts. So we look forward to working with the Texas Policy Lab and seeing what they come up with. The Judicial Leadership Coordinating Council did take up 2 items of business. The first is that Judge Linda Chu has started an initiative to take a look at creating a self-help center for self-represented litigants. And these are people who either do not wish to have a lawyer or in many more circumstances cannot afford a lawyer to get help from the courts. The purpose of the center is to help people navigate court processes, which we believe will help both the unrepresented litigants, but also court staff as they try to work with people through the process. We think it'll be less interruption and less intervention with court staff. Given the number of potential stakeholders, this was brought before the Leadership Coordinating Council, and the council voted to adopt this as a project of the Judicial Leadership Coordinating Council. The second item of business was regarding the Odyssey program that's provided by Tyler, and that is a case management system used by the county. It's really the lifeblood of our courts and our criminal justice system. I raised the question of whether it may be time to compare our existing agreement with Tyler, which I believe is from around 2010, with more modern contracts that Tyler's recently agreed to throughout the country. Also, whether we might want to work with Tyler on what we call a fit gap analysis, just to make sure that we're using everything that we're paying for. Not to say anybody's doing anything wrong, it's just, I think, a question we need to ask periodically. Are we getting the bang for the buck that we deserve? So the council instructed me to work with Betsy Keller. I will do that. I'm gathering information now to be able to provide her with a short presentation of the concepts that I'm suggesting, and we hope to report back on that soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Amy, Judge, thank you. Appreciate it.
Item 7C, receive a presentation regarding a proposed El Paso County Desert Food Festival.
Afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with the Economic Development Department. So today we're here to discuss a project that myself and my staff have been working on for a couple of months now, just to get some preliminary framework, if you will, put together to make a presentation to you all, to kind of give you a better idea of what it is that we're looking at. So I think it was very apropos that we were talking about Concordia this morning and the increase of tourism, because this event will hopefully be the first of an annual event that will help to draw additional tourists here to the El Paso County area, specifically those who are interested in heritage and agricultural tourism. So the first annual Desert Food Festival we are considering having in the San Elizario Historic Area in October of 2021. We believe it's going to take about that much time to put together an event kind of the caliber and the size that we're planning. We may end up moving it just slightly depending on the size and scale of the event, but this is kind of the area that we're looking at right now. And again, you know, all subject to change, but this is just kind of what we've been preliminarily looking at, because this would help to raise the visibility, if you will, of Los Portales, as well as some of the other activities that we have going on in the area. So areas of focus for the Desert Food Festival would be for agritourism, putting a spotlight on local food production, which, as we all know, is something that the Mission Trail Master Plan indicated that we should continue to pursue. This event would also have educational programs, and then, because of the location, would provide an additional spotlight for our historic assets. The agritourism component of this piece is relatively unique to our community. It would be kind of the first of its kind, if you will, where we would really look at partnering agritourism, so agricultural and tourism together, to help, you know, not only magnify the uniqueness of our desert food, but also to hopefully raise awareness locally of some of the foodstuffs that we have that are edible, that are unique, that are gourmet in some cases. I know a few of you have probably heard Valerie talk before about the quinoa that is indigenous to our region. There's some other additional plants, berries and things like that, that they're looking at bringing to our region that used to be here but are extinct. And so this would really provide an opportunity and a framework to increase agritourism to our area and take advantage of the fact that it is trending right now in tourism. I had mentioned briefly just the spotlight on local food production. As you all are aware, you know, through the HFFI program, our region has a number of food deserts, but in all actuality, we are in a desert. So showcasing not only to, you know, the rest of the country, but also the world, how we have been able to uniquely make a desert environment something that is not only sustainable, but something that has unique foodstuffs is another aspect of this festival. When we talk about educational programs, you know, there's been a number of higher learning institutions that have taken an extreme liking to the San Elizario area. For one, you know, they have more bees than any other place in the country, more bee species. I mean, just some uniqueness of the San Elizario area specifically. But there's a lot of people locally who are not familiar with how to use desert foods. You know, I mean, they see cactus and purslane and things like that, but not having that understanding of how those things can be incorporated into your diet, and then also how to grow local foodstuffs. What items should be grown here locally, what things flourish, what things you know, maybe would burn up in our desert sun. So lots of good stuff in the way of educational activities. And then again, I mentioned the historic assets. You know, I'm not sure how far along Casa Ranquillo will be at that point, but there's a lot of activities that going on there that the court actually, or the El Paso County actually owns, that this would give us a great opportunity to, you know, bring some additional visibility to. So just a brief kind of event overview. You know, we talked a little bit about educational aspects. This event would include, you know, tastings, workshops, farmers market, cooking, demonstrations, the whole 9 yards. But one of the things I want to specifically draw your attention to kind of give you an idea as to the scale that we're looking at creating this event, we have been in contact with Food Network about potentially doing an Iron Chef here locally. And so from that, we've started talking to El Paso Community College and a few other local partners to do kind of like a staged version now. One of the things that Food Network told us was that in order to pitch an idea to them, you would have to have a pilot episode created. So we're working on getting that put together, but there is some interest. So, assuming that everything moves smoothly with there, we could have some national recognition for that as well. And then we'll also have some other things that are typical for festivals, music, and restaurants and things like that. Just to kind of talk a little bit further about the Iron Chef piece, El Paso County, along with the city and a few other partners, we're looking at exploring a first ever restaurant week here this year. This would also be an annual event. And I think all of these things kind of fit in together into a package to help raise awareness of just our unique border culture and the foods that draw so many people here, because who doesn't like food? And it also sets the stage for future dialogue and educational efforts related to food and food scarcity. I do just want to point out, we have been in talks, I know I mentioned El Paso Community College, but Destination El Paso, the City of San Elizario, the La Semilla Food Center, and several other entities. I actually have a couple of meetings coming up in the next few weeks with our public works staff, including Parks and Rec. So we're also coordinating on a internal level as well. And so just in closing, this event is still, again, at an early stage right now. We're doing everything we can to pull together as many groups and as many volunteers as possible. But this event would kind of bring together all of the aspects of the HFFI program, the Mission Trail, and then some of the historic assets that the county owns in San Elizario. So with that, I will take any questions.
It's a great initiative. I mean, we've been talking a lot about what we have to offer in food and agriculture and all these other things, and packaging it and then promoting it. I think it sort of really falls into this tourism that, what is it that we're going to showcase? And the ingredients are there,
right?
And so
Pun
now it's just a
intended.
matter of making it happen. It looks like Auburn also has gone. Are you partnering with them, because they seem very interactive with one of the beasts and that
Yes,
program?
absolutely. With Bashira and the whole, yes, absolutely. They just inadvertently got left off of the slide. But yes, we have been working with them. As a matter of fact, on February 13th, we hosted our second countywide roundtable discussion, kind of talking about how we could move forward the food in the region, right? Like, so local food being produced and then distributed in the whole 9 yards. And so, yes, Auburn was a huge component of that event. Yes.
Great. And we've been talking to Aaron Sanchez about, he really wants to be more interactive. And I know he wanted us to, look at his ahead of time instead of a week before, ask him to see if he could make it.
Absolutely.
But I think he'd be a great promoter for this, and we are going to bring him into a tournament, a golf tournament.
Oh.
That might coincide. I think it's around the May area. So whatever, maybe we could enhance whatever he's going to do to sort of support this.
Absolutely.
So we'll talk about that.
Very good.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Robbins? Any?
Sounds
No?
good.
Okay.
Okay.
Andrea, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Judge, I just wanted to thank Andrea for, her and her team thinking outside of the box and building on things that we've already been working on, like HFFI, like the tourism. I think it's refreshing to have an economic development team that's coming up with these types of ideas. And I also wanted to suggest there's a burgeoning grape wine industry on the other side of the border in the state of Chihuahua, and I think that we can help incorporate some of what's going on over there as well, and maybe include them in this event and invite them to present their wines, maybe, and have a wine tasting. I saw that you had Sotol there, which is another great idea, of course. But there's a lot of wine production coming out of Chihuahua these days. And I think that would be great to include them.
Yeah, and we would
Absolutely.
support our regional initiative. That we keep forgetting about that regional, but this would be one other great way to support that.
Absolutely, and I should have added, so as I mentioned, we've been working on this for a few months now. I actually met with the head professor for the agricultural component at the university in Juarez, and so we are definitely trying to bring in as many different aspects of the whole entire region as we can, so yeah, for sure.
Okay,
Great.
thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
I think we're going to take a break.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, we're going to, it's 12:37, if we could take a half hour.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@dpcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 8 from purchasing. Approve award recommendation for bid 19-031 Torneo Shared Use Path to Del Mar Contracting, Inc. of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $2,201,526.60. Purchasing approved on February 20th, 2020. Funding is available in SG, OT Smith Share Operating Expense, and General Fund, EPCMP Professional Services General.
Deborah Correjo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. Approval of this sealed bid result is for the shared use path, and it will enhance bicycle and pedestrian safety in the listed area. And we did have 4 bidders. Price was very close, and the lowest bidder was the most qualified for it, and so we're requesting award under the bid, under the results of the bid.
Commissioner Perez is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9, approve the award of RFQ 20-002 Professional Financial Auditing Services for the County of El Paso to highest scoring firm Gibson, Ruddock, Patterson, LLC of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved recommendation on February 19, 2020. Funding is available in General Fund, G-Admin Professional Services, EXT.
Deborah Correjo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. The county held an RFQ, a request for qualifications, to find the most qualified external financial auditor. In this case, we had a clear high-scoring firm, and that was Gibson, Ruddock, Patterson, LLC. And if you look on the attached documentation, you will see the results of the RFQ evaluation. We're requesting award based on this, and the auditor's office will come to you with a contract at a later date.
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 10, approve the purchase of network monitor and backup for Information Technology Department using Texas DIR Contract DIR TSO 4167, awarded to Pivot Technology Services Corporation of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $71,797.36. Purchasing approved on February 19, 2020. Funding is available in CIP 20 ITD IT Equipment.
Deborah Correjo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. Approval of this use of the State of Texas Department of Information Resource contract through cooperative purchasing will allow our IT to refresh the equipment indicated in the communication. And if you approve this, ITD will begin working on a contract or bring a contract forward at a later date.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 11, rescind the court order of February 3rd, 2020, item number 12 on the regular agenda to approve the purchase of 50 Microsoft Surface Pro 6 tablets and accessories for the Information Technology Department using DIR Contract DIR TSO 337, awarded to SHI Government Solutions of Austin, Texas, in the amount of $54,625. Purchasing approved on January 28, 2020. Funding is available in CP Replace 20 EQ non-cap tablets. Further, approve the purchase of 50 Microsoft Surface Pro 6 tablets and accessories for Information Technology Department using DIR Contract DIR TSO 3373, awarded to Southern Computer Warehouse of Marietta, Georgia, in the amount of $56,109. Purchasing approved on February 19, 2020. Funding is available in CP Replace 20 EQ non-cap tablets.
Deborah Correjo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. In this case, we needed ITD to use the DIR contract, and you approved on February the 3rd the award to SHI Software House International for this. Unfortunately, in the time it took to process, the contract itself ended and the vendor could no longer hold that pricing. DIR did have a backup that is good until I believe the new contract is good until 21, even though it says 20 there. However, the difference in the two pricings, please be aware that the pricing was very close. The difference in the total overall pricing from the one we're rescinding to the one I'm asking you to now award is $1,400. So the price was still very, very close. And unfortunately, we just couldn't get a hold of the original pricing we wanted.
Vote to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12, approve the purchase of 600 desktop computers, model HP ProDesk 600, and accessories for Information Technology Department using Region 19 Contract 19-7327, awarded to SHI Government Solutions of Austin, Texas, in the amount of $536,076. Purchasing approved on February 19, 2020. Funding is available in CP Replace 20 EQ non-cap desktop.
Deborah Crejo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. In this case, we are requesting award to Software House International through the Region 19 contract. That contract is good until January the 31st, 2021, so we should not run into the problem we had with the prior item. If you notice, at the quantities we're ordering, the retail price versus the county price individually by unit, we are getting in a very attractive pricing structure through this cooperative, and I'm recommending that you allow ITD to move forward with this.
Is this to refresh?
I believe this is part of that, but we do have an ITD person here.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Joel Martinez. I'm the project manager with the IT department. To answer your question, Commissioner, correct, it is to refresh, similar with the tablets that we just mentioned in the previous item. This item is a part of the Technology Modernization Program, which is a reoccurring effort we do annually.
Vote to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, approve the purchase and installation of 31 all-band MP mobile APX 8500 radios for the County of El Paso using Texas DIR contract DIR TSO 4101, awarded to Motorola Solutions, Inc. of Chicago, Illinois, in the amount of $176,749.60. Purchasing approved on February 19, 2020. Funding is available in CP Replace 20 radio equipment.
Deborah Correjo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. What we're asking for in this case is the use of the DIR contract, which for the Motorola radios. If we did not have the DIR contract, we would probably be in a single source situation simply because the state of Texas drives all emergency communications, and these are part of emergency communications. But because we're in that situation, the state of Texas takes time to contract with Motorola and make sure that counties and cities and other agencies are getting the prices they need for this emergency equipment. If you approve this, you're allowing us to use the state of Texas's own contract for these types of radios. Yes, sir.
Is this for first responders?
I don't have that information, but I'm thinking, yes, it's a fleet. It's through Hopeton Staple, and is he here? No? He just asked if the Motorola was for the first responders. Yes.
Okay. And the second question I have in that regard, do we still have a local rep for Motorola here?
That I don't.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hopeton Staple, Fleet Operations Director. Yes, we do. It's RTC of the West Side. They're the local authorized Motorola vendor for warranty, sales, procurement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Vote to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 262.024, approve and authorize the use of an exemption to purchasing procedures that allows a contract with public sector personnel consultants for the purchase of a personal or professional service regarding as-needed professional consulting services for employee classification and compensation reviews. Funding is available in General Fund, HR, Contract Services General.
Deborah Crejo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. State of Texas authorizes the Commissioners Court to award professional services contracts by exemption without a full process if it pleases the court. In this case, we have a situation where there is a qualified firm that needs to be contracted with HR, and they will provide the classification review that the county is requiring. If you approve this, you are approving it under the exemption, and the contract can be brought to you at a later date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 16 from Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality Texas Volkswagen Environmental Mitigation Program Grant Award for a 24-month period, beginning on the date of signature for 2 box street sweepers in the amount of $308,910 with a cash match of $221,090. Funding is available in General Fund, G-Admin Transfer Out Grant Match, or CP Improve 01 Miscellaneous, contract number 2020-0123.
Good afternoon, Judge. Commissioner Hopeton Staples again, Fleet Operations Director. As the court's aware, the Fleet Department tried to take advantage of any granting opportunities that's out there. Last year, under the VW settlement, we applied for a prisoner transport bus. That bus is currently in procurement. The item in front of you is to replace 2 street box sweepers in the Public Works Department. Currently, we have 5 sweepers in the county. The grant is to replace the 2 oldest. One is a 2003 model, so it's about 17 years old. The other one is to replace a 2007 model, which is about 13 years old. The average lifespan on a sweeper is about 8 to 10 years. Currently, the 2 oldest sweepers, it's hard to find repair parts, and they're well beyond their useful life. This, again, is to request a match of $221,090 via the VW settlement grant to procure 2 new street box sweepers.
Question. How often do we sweep our streets?
I
Do
think
you have a schedule?
the Public Works Department does the sweeping, but they're used almost daily.
So do we have a schedule for the particular areas when they do the sweeping?
That only Public Works.
Okay.
It's usually out in the
I'll get with
county,
them.
but-
I'll get with them later.
Commissioner, we'll reach out to Public Works and have them send us their sweeping schedule by location.
Oh, okay, good.
Commissioner Leo? No, go ahead.
Wally, I had one more question. The funds the matching funds, we've already identified them?
So, sir, we've got 2 possible choices. The general fund grant match, this opportunity came to us after we had already formulated the FY20 budget. So we have appropriations available. The only thing is if all of our other grants come through that we planned for, we might be short that 221. That's why the alternate account was listed for the CP improvement funds. Those are available within our CIP and not allocated. And we could use those similar to what we did a while back for the buses and use our capital dollars to match those and draw down the grant dollars. And that's the account I would recommend.
Hopeton, it meets your criteria that you tell us it's no longer feasible to maintain them or find parts or?
Yes, Commissioner. One of them has been down for quite some time. And it's not so much the chassis, but the back end where the actual sweeper. We've searched. We even have a local Shorts vendor here who can't fix them for us.
Good.
So, and again, the average lifespan is about 8 to 10 years, and that's on the far end. And one is 17, the other one is 13 years old.
Yeah. Thank you, Hopeton.
Motion to approve?
Second?
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Wally, which account? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Hopeton.
Item number 20 from Budget and Finance. Receive a presentation on County of El Paso grants to discuss and take appropriate action regarding level of current and future funding needs.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The presentation I'm about to provide you with is a short summary snapshot of where we are today and the most recent comparable numbers that are available as of 2018 of counties located across Texas. I'll close today's presentation with a summary of areas of funding needs that we have identified and compiled with the assistance of county departments. And this information we compiled rather quickly at the request of Congresswoman Escobar's office as she's looking for what our needs may be as they enter the next session at the federal level. Currently, for our 2019 grants rolling into 2020, our current award amounts is $16.99 million. Cash match on those is a little over $1.8 million, or 12%. We use in-kind of about $600,000, and we're at a current level of 19.4. This is as of February 28th. We employ 32 of these grants, have employees within them, and about 120 as of the end of February. Now I'm going back 1 year, and the reason I'm going back 1 year is this is the data that's available publicly across the state from counties that have comparable data to El Paso. So we had to go back to 2018. Most entities like El Paso County are either under audit or just closing their audits out, and their schedules of federal assistance are not published online yet. This is why we went back to 2018. So on 2018, you can see that El Paso County received state awards of about $9.5 million. Most of these state awards are passed through the federal government, through the state of Texas, and I'll give you some detail on that in later slides. Federal awards are just under $13.8 million. So about 59% of every dollar we receive here that's grant funded comes directly from the feds. The other 41 are passed through the state. Breakdown of our federal grant awards as it stands on the comparable, the highest department we receive funding from is the Executive Office of the President, about $4.4 million. Those typically are the ONDCP and the HIDA grants. This is followed by the Department of Agriculture. Last year in FY18, we had large wastewater grants out in the Colonia area. And our third largest funding source are our transportation grants. This is a snapshot of our state grant awards. State grant awards made up, again, just right at $9.5 million. Our largest agencies we receive as pass-through funding from the state of Texas come through the Texas Juvenile Justice Division for JPD, the Office of the Governor, and our CJ, our criminal justice grants, followed by the Task Force on Indigent Defense, about $1.6 million for indigent defense. These three categories make up about 84% of our state pass-through funding. Now, how do we compare to the rest of the state? You can see this is sorted. On the left-hand side is a table that's sorted by population of county and in a descending order of population size. Of course, the highest that ranks out there is Harris County with a little over $159 million. El Paso falls about in the middle of the pack. Actually, we're a little lower than the middle of the pack. You'll see us halfway down the list with that $23 million number. On the right-hand side is just a graphical representation. The green bar on the bottom is the state funding. The blue dots along the top is just the federal portion of the funding that these agencies receive. You may see one little anomaly right there in the middle. Hidalgo County receives a huge amount of federal funding that's outside of the ordinary, and specifically, they apply for grants that the County of El Paso doesn't apply for because other entities within our community apply for those, typically the City of El Paso and other organizations. Hidalgo gets about $11.8 million in women, infants, and children's grants. Those go to the City of El Paso through the City Health Department. Hidalgo also gets about $34 million from the Department of Health and Human Services, specifically for the Head Start program. We don't run a Head Start program. That's run by other entities in here. So you look at those two alone, that makes up $45 million of a big spike out there that El Paso County as a county doesn't apply for. We get those funds in this community, but the county specific does not get those. This is a little snapshot of the larger federal agencies we receive funding from. The blue area in the back of the graph represents our 2017 awards for comparable purposes. The green bar are from the same agencies for 2018. You'll see a small increase in there, about $2.3 million overall. Most of that is attributable to the far left green bar, the Department of Agriculture. As you're aware, we got 2 large grants for the Square Dance wastewater, one for $1.3 million, the other for $1.4. So that was our big spike in 2018. Other county large awards, you can see again the blue area in the back. These are to pass through the state. The blue area is in the back. The green bar is 2018 and represents the most current period that was comparable. And these are all pretty similar to what we've had in prior periods. So ways we can create change through additional funding in the areas of transportation and infrastructure. If we can solicit additional funding, we could do additional programs through planning and development for the infrastructure department to maintain and establish programs like flood mitigation, establish programs such as improved additional paving that this community needs, additional bridge work, and expansion of our airport. Under the area of commerce, justice, and science, additional funds could be utilized by community services to fund homeless needs and veterans initiatives, jail reentry programs, and to help inmates reintegrate back into our community. Under energy and development, we could solicit some additional funding that could be used to replace much-needed water tank replacements throughout the county, and the funds could also be used to provide first-time water needs and first-time sewage needs. And then the last category, and just putting an example on there, is if we could just solicit additional funding from Interior and Environment. The Parks Department and Infrastructure Department could initiate additional community cleanup programs, improve county parks, and expand those county parks and have a more vibrant park system. So the last slide I have before I open it up for any questions or comments is by agency. This is a snapshot of the $870 or $880 million of additional areas of need by agency. You'll see the agencies listed on the left-hand column, which departments those agencies could serve. If you'll see like right there on the top. Under Commerce and Justice, we've got needs at the Sheriff's, the Community Service, Criminal Justice Coordination. The purpose of what we are asking and providing data to Congresswoman Escobar's office is right there in the center table. What areas of need those are, whether it's personnel, operating, infrastructure, or capital needs. And then the last one is just an estimated amount by category that we've identified. I'd like to reach out and thank the departments who replied to a very quick survey turnaround, as this summary by agency is just that snapshot where we have additional financial needs. Staff from grants, Ms. Erica Ortega and her team are actually compiling the detailed reports and submitting those through Congresswoman Escobar's office today, because she asked for those to be received by this afternoon. So the team's working feverishly on getting a detailed list of what the community needs are, so that as the federal government goes into its next appropriation cycle, she knows by agency what's on the short list. And although it's a big number, we've got some pretty high projects in there. If you look at flood mitigation alone, we've got $300 million worth of flood mitigation projects that we feel are eligible and would warrant at least a review at the federal appropriation level. With that, I'll open it up for any discussion or questions from the court.
Wally, how do you feel about, I know it was a late notice from Congresswoman Escobar as far as, not her fault obviously, but did we do justice to, I know everybody was sort of scrambling from each one of the.
I'll say we're doing pretty good job of justice. As I look at just the request for call for projects for capital needs, there's a lot of overlap in this. We had in excess of $1.5 billion worth of capital need requests come in from the departments. So as my team put together the survey to flesh out the description and those areas that we have identified as areas of needs, I think this is a pretty solid material list. And the nice thing is with the Congresswoman's office reaching out to us, this is great, because this is like one of the first times I've been engaged in this from the federal level. And now we've established these great points of contact with our grants team, with her staff, so that I'd like to at least get the the information flow going rather robustly and those conversations taking place between her staff at the federal level and our staff at the local level. I suspect as this process goes forward, we're going to see the request and the information that we're providing to the federal government only get stronger and better. So I think at our first short notice crack, I think this is a pretty good out the gate start.
And knowing her collaboration, we now know to be ready prior, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So now we could actually start to prep ourselves and
Yeah.
get ahead of it so that when a request does come out of the federal level, we're ready to roll.
Yeah, thank you, Wally.
Wally, this is Commissioner Stout.
Yes, sir.
Just want to thank you for putting that together. And can we also just, when we send that information to Congresswoman Escobar's office, can we also include Congressman Hurd? Because, he still covers a lot of the east side of the county and a lot of that wastewater and infrastructure and some of the things that we're asking for. He represents those areas as well, so I think it would be a good idea to include him. I know that he may be able to provide an extra voice for us when we're asking for some of these appropriations. And I have meetings with both Congressman Hurd and Congresswoman Escobar, as well as Senator Cornyn's office and Senator Cruz's office this week. And I will take a copy of this PowerPoint and share it with them as well as I do my Hill visits.
Great. That's a great idea.
I think we should
we'll include that.
Talk to as many people as we can about this.
Great idea, Commissioner, and we'll do that.
Thank you, Wally.
All right. Don't need any other action than to let us know to march on and press on with pride.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 21, approve amendment number 20 to the County of El Paso's 2019 through 2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $2,497.77, thus increasing the overall budget of $474,623,473.59 to $474,625,971.36.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup for this week's amendment was included with your weekly highlight. Were there any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wally.
This now brings us into item number 22, executive session. Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 22A through 22G pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
all county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Tuesday, March 31st in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments?
Commissioners Court has reconvened into a regular open session. Item number 23, discuss and take action on the pending claim of Yesenia de la Cruz, County Attorney's file number 0215-19-LC.
Judge, Commissioners, Eric Rosales, Assistant County Attorney. If the court wishes, the motion for this item could be a motion to deny the claim of Yesenia de la Cruz, County Attorney's file number 0215-19-LC.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 24, discuss and take action on the pending claim of Maria Favela, County Attorney's file number 0272-19-LC.
Judge, Commissioners, Eric Rosales, Assistant County Attorney. There should be no action for this item.
No action for item number 24. For items number 25 and 26, we'd like a motion to delete. Item 24, a motion to postpone for 1 week along with their corresponding executive session items. For item number 25 reads postponed February 24, 2020. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding grievance County Attorney's case number 000120GR. And item 26, discuss and take appropriate action on the pending claim of Muriel Montrose, County Attorney's file number 0013-20LC. Can we have a motion to postpone items for 1 week?
So moved.
Second.
Postpone for how long?
For 1 week, along with their corresponding executive session items.
Okay.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. And this concludes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Meeting adjourned.
This completes today's meeting at 2:33 p.m.
Thanks to
Thank
the
you,
AT
Mr.
folks
Stout.
and Erica for your assistance with doing this. Appreciate it.
Enjoy
Be
Washington.
Have a
careful
good-
out there, David.
No problem, Commissioner. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.